Hello, 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 everyone. I am Steve, and welcome to another Mac84 live stream. My goodness. No, we are not giving away any of the things you are saying in the chat. Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, I'm glad some of you are appreciating it. Okay, so let me just say welcome to everybody who's here. Mustard Man wants food, I guess. Retro Techie, Sad Mac. We have Sean from Action Retro. Hello, Sean. Radek is here, or Radik, sorry. Tech Music, Retro Techie is, Retro Theory, sorry, is here. Backup Battery, we have Trina, we have Sad Mac, we have Matt, we have Hot Rod, hello Hot Rod, and Joe. Okay, so let me recap of what went on in the last part of this stream so everyone has an idea what was going on, because it was a long one, and probably not a lot of folks stuck around. So we have this. Well, I'm just going to show you the faceplate of it. This is a Power Computing Macintosh clone Power Tower 225. Hello Quasar, hello Keith. And so this computer I recently picked up in hopefully working condition, but unfortunately it was not the case. And what had happened was the PRAM battery leaked all over the darn thing. And it looked pretty darn nasty. And let me see if I can share my screen to show you some of the nastiness that occurred. Let me bring up this, and let's do some fancy schmancy photo capture thing, maybe, if it wants to work. Okay, so I'm going to put this up on the screen here, so you'll be able to see partially me, but I'm going to show you, where's the actual photo booth? There it is. I'm going to show you what happened. All right, so let's look. All right, so that's some of the caps here. That's some of the other good stuff here. We're going to get to it. Here we go. So the battery had taken out this resistor pack here. And what a classic sticker. I have a bunch of those stickers, actually. And so the resistor pack was right next to the battery, and it just obliterated it. So the first goal was to find a replacement of those. Thankfully, I had to order some caps from Mauser anyway, so I placed an order and was able to buy those. Those are right here, these little things. So you see it better, kind of. Yeah, these little pack things. So that's those. And let's see, there were some other goodies here. The pins looked all horrible. There were some caps that just needed to go. There were some other different value capacitors there. And this is what we ended up doing. So under that resistor pack, under this here, all those pins on the top of the screen, those were gone. Those are basically gone. So thankfully, some of those ports remained. So what I had to do was I essentially recreated those legs with little wire. And this was probably the most intricate repair I've ever done on a stream or for anything. And you can see there the chip is installed. So you can see I've had to put all those legs on there. I put some solder masks to keep those in place. And there you go. So my only concern is the second to the top, that leg there. I don't know if it's actually touching. So that's going to be something we're going to have to test out. But I had to replace those little resistors there and everything. So after that, let me hide this so you can see me again. So after that, we plugged in the computer. And hello, Matt. Thank you for joining. I know it's been a while. After that, we plugged it in, and we did get a chime, and we did get some image on the screen. We got the cursor, but we didn't get a Happy Mac. And what I've noticed is as I was playing around with that, I tried one different CPU card on the stream, and then after the stream later that evening, I tried a few more, and it would like kind of start up, but I'd have to like wiggle the CPU card. So I think there's a problem with that CPU card slot or something else, because the cache slot and the CPU card slot both got hit with corrosive gooiness, and so they didn't look that pretty. So maybe some additional cleanup is required. I'm not 100% sure at this point. I will show you the processor card. Unfortunately, that came with this was a beautiful PowerForce G3 220 megahertz, and it just got hosed as well. It doesn't look that bad now, but all this area here, it was all covered in corrosive goodness. Before we get to the microscope, my light of the microscope fell off because the stupid plastic holder thing that I paid a lot of money for does not fit on this particular microscope for whatever reason. And I don't know where it went, actually, because it's attached to the light. Here it is. So this thing fell off. Hold on. Hold on. There's a mess of wires behind my desk here. Anyway, this thing fell off, and this is the light for the microscope. Kind of need that. So, you're going to watch me doing a very exciting repair with electrical tape. If I could do that. There we go. So you can see it's supposed to go here, and I have this black electrical tape that was there, and that held it on for a good number of months, but you have to redo it again, I suppose. Okay, so that was what was holding it on. And yeah, this is supposed to go like this, but there's no places for this. There are screw holes here. There's no places that would have held in. Yes, my existence is a big mess of wires. So I'm going to use, I have this white electrical tape. I'm going to use this. And I'll start with this, and then we'll have to add more on, I'm sure. Now this is always fun because I have to like hold this like that. I mean, it doesn't have to be level or anything like that, but the idea is to get it affixed to the microscope. I know, hundreds of dollars spent on the microscope and all the adapters and everything. And the stupid light they sent me does not adhere to this one. Lovely, I know. I did email them about that, and they never responded. It's unfortunate. But what are you going to do? Well, when nothing works, you just tape the heck out of it, huh? So... not that I'm against doing this. I've had to put tape on numerous things just to get it to work correctly, but you know, for the amount of money I paid for this thing, I wouldn't expect to have to do this every once in a while. This is a Power Computing Power Tower Pro 225. So it's a 604E model with a 225 megahertz processor. That processor is actually no longer in the machine. However, I did buy one off eBay of September of 2020 just for the heck of it. I bought one on eBay because it was a good price, and so I actually have the original processor that goes with this machine. So we could actually, if we get this working, we could do that. So here's the old electrical tape. And the new one is installed. So I know that was very exciting. That's what you come here to watch, don't you? Alright, so let's switch over to the microscope if it wants to behave today. Let's see if that does. No, it doesn't. So we have to unplug the camera for the microscope, plug it back in. Mr. Lightyear needs more tape. And see if it wants to go. Oh, come on, you lousy thing. Come on. I'd be surprised if this cable is like hosed as well. Everything on my desk doesn't want to work anymore. USB capture, the VGA capture, whatever the microscope video thing, nothing wants to work. My wireless keyboard doesn't want to work. I have to use this old clunky thing. The spacebar of this doesn't want to work. This is just going to turn into Steve complaining. Sorry. Alright, why isn't this working? This is not fun. Come on, buddy. Come on, just work for me here. Please? Please? There we go. Yeah, sometimes it just wants to work, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, so let me show you this horrible processor card. Well, the state that it's in is horrible. The card itself is very nice. So this is a 220 megahertz PowerPC 750 card. And I'm going to show you some of the damaged area. So this, it doesn't look that bad, but this was covered in like a nice foamy, disgusting residue. And all of these are, look at all the nasty bits that are all over these. Where's my scalpel here? This is Steve complaining. Yeah, so under all this grime, there's actually solder, which is good. So I'm not really concerned about these areas. I am concerned about the legs of these chips, especially these large ones. Excuse me. These ones I am as well, but I think I could buy replacements of these. Because this one over here, oof. This one over here is nasty. This one's nasty. And wait till you see it. Here we go. Yeah, this one has a leg that's fallen off. This whole solder pad is gone. That goes here. But you could see that's actually eaten through. Excuse me. You actually see that's eaten through to the other side of the board. Which, let's see if that actually goes through. It does. So the other side of the board here. Yeah, it looks like that goes there. So I could actually put a wire through. So this might be fixable. It's just not what I'm focusing on right now. Because I would need to buy some of these, whatever the heck these chips are. I would need to buy maybe a few of them just to replace at least one or two. Especially this one. This had a leg full of... Like, I could repair the leg if I really wanted to, but it's so much easier to just get a new chip. And I assume, yeah, that went to here. And this is all eaten away. This is copper that has just gone... Look at this. Look at this. Just is destroyed by the corrosion that was taking place on here. So you just see how destructive these capacitors and these batteries can be. So yeah, this originally had a pad on it. I think this would have gone to here. Under here. Maybe. Not so sure. This probably went to there. This probably went to there. This probably went to there, etc. But yeah, this is just totally destroyed. I'm assuming this went down through that hole and then would have came up through here or somewhere here. So yeah, this is a pretty nasty one. And unfortunately, it's a G3 upgrade card. Now, this is not the only G3 upgrade card I have. I have one that Mike Stanhope gave me from Mike's Mac Shack. And this is a little bit of a peculiar one, though. This is a PowerLogix, I believe. I think, or whatever it is. This is a G3 card also, but the opening here is so tight. You can see like the pressure. I've actually ripped out part of the plastic of a logic board installing this card. So I think this was just like manufactured too tight, or with age it's hardened up or whatever. Yeah. Keith, no. We are focusing on one item at a time here. Otherwise, I would never get anything done. And this is a lovely working Sonnet Purple Power card. This is, I don't know where we're looking under the microscope, but 266 with a 512K cache. Yeah, hold it up here. Purple Power. So this is a very nice... Why are we doing this small thing here? This is a very nice card. This does work. I got this ages ago on eBay, probably 15, 20 years ago. And yeah, so this is a Sonic Crescendo G3 from 1998. This works out fine. Actually has those similar chips on it, so hopefully we could find out the where those go. Maybe use that as a pinout or something. But yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to focus on that logic board today. How much you want for that $20 Mac? Oh, how much is that Mac in the window? Alright, so let me get the screwdriver here, because we did screw this back into the board. It did come with two video cards. These are twin turbo 128 cards, so these are nice. Has both DB15 and VGA on it, revision 1.1. It had 2 of these. It had a boatload of memory too. So I'm just going to take those parts out of this machine. Had much more memory slots than the other clone I have. It has 6 PCI slots, a cache card slot, and a CPU slot, which is, I think, the problem that we're running into. So we're going to take this board out of this case, and we're going to get another look at it under the microscope. Maybe we missed something. These ATX power connectors do not want to come off. But the current state of this machine is it chimes. We get the gray screen with the cursor. We do not get a Happy Mac. It sort of just freezes there. All right, so I think that's good. Sorry for the weird angle here. We'll get this on the desk in a moment. I have to unplug all these connector cables and such. And this ATX power cable just is stuck on there. Okay, that's good. Yes, this is a pretty big board. It barely fits in my ultrasonic cleaner, but it won't fit all the way. So, unfortunately, I wasn't able to clean everything. It fit most of the CPU slot, but I'm going to show you. I'll show you here. I wish I had 4 cubes that worked. Wish I had 2 cubes that worked. All right, so let's take a look at this bad boy. Let's go back to the microscope so people could see what the heck I'm looking at. All right, so that's a PCI card slot. Here is the CPU slot, and you'll see as I focus here, we have little green bits all over this thing. So this is, I wouldn't say it's similar to the 9500, maybe the 9600, because this did come out in 96, as a copyright date 96, probably came out in 97 or 98, probably one of the last clone towers here. So all these pins here, my goodness, all these pins have some stuff on them. I'm just going to see if I see any ones that look horribly horrible. I mean, there's some hairs there. Oh, yeah, see these two. They're supposed to be like spring-loaded. And that could be why it's not making a good connection. I don't know how to really fix that, because this is way beyond something like a recapping. This is more of like a rescue mission. Yeah, so this whole slot here, most of this board has been through an ultrasonic cleaner, but there's a bunch of other junk and crud all over these pins, so it wouldn't surprise me if any of these are not making a good connection to the CPU. I'm going to play around with the multimeter, see if we can understand if each pin is actually touching where it's supposed to. Now it's hard to do this because this board takes up so much room on my desk here. I can't push it all the way under the microscope, but I'm going to try and get to the cache card slot here. You can see, yeah, here's the cache card slot. Let me focus here. Yeah, I hope I don't have to replace the entire slot. And you can see, this is where the battery hit. 3 of those pins are totally gone, totally removed from the cache slot here. And these 2 are just barely hanging on. Look how skinny those are. This is like how fat they should be. I mean, they have all this green corrosion crap all over, which I'm sure is not helping things. But look how thin these are. And these 3 are just completely gone. So I wish this spit out cache. So yeah, I mean this is the cache slot. Thankfully there was nothing in here. It doesn't need this to run, but yeah, I would not see. You can see how these springs work. When the card is inserted, they push back. So it could be that those CPU pins are busted or something. I don't know, but yeah, I mean everything is crunchy here. It's absolutely disgusting. And there's tape on here because this plastic broke. So yeah, we couldn't even keep that working. The plastic broke on this. So hey everyone who's just joining, appreciate it. Hope your Sunday is going well. So if we look, I'm trying to look on the side here. Yeah, if I look from the side, I can see there's some corrosion by the CPU slot, but we're going to get our multimeter out here. If I can remember where the heck I put it. I know where the multimeter is upstairs, but that doesn't help us. Here, multimeter. Here, boy. Darn it. Did I bring it upstairs for some reason? I don't think so. Here it is. I really have to clean up this basement. No, we're not going to hurt this poor little guy. It's been through enough. All right, so this is not going to be terribly exciting, so I apologize in advance. But I'm going to take the multimeter here. I actually probably have to do this on its side. There's probably not enough room for me to do this otherwise. But I'm going to hold it up like this. The pins for this slot are on the bottom. This is the CPU slot here. This is the cache slot. So yeah, this is going to be fun. How many pins are those? Like 150 or something like that? Yeah, I mean technically I could desolder that and put a new one on. I'd have to locate a new one. But that's sort of the last resort right now. Hopefully it just needs a good cleaning or something like that. Just Google multimeter. Alright, so let's start from the top, I guess. Put on some good music or something, because this is going to take a while. And actually, I don't think my probe is small enough to just touch one pin at the time. Yeah. How did that touch that many pins at the same time? Unless this is all corroded, and that's friggin' awesome. Alright, this should only be touching 2. Maybe? Alright, so shoving it in there, it actually shoves, it touches 6 pins? My goodness. Yeah, I don't really know what the heck I'm going to do here. I guess I can look at this at under the microscope at an angle. That might help just to understand if there's... Yeah, I'm not looking forward to replacing this if I have to, because... To be honest, I don't want to. I mean, my work cut out for me as it is with other repairs. Oh, just look at that one. See, I don't think I have anything small enough to shove in there to clean that. That is just awful. And it could be that this goo is like through the plastic and it's touching something else. I mean, yeah, this slot is... How many pins is this? Yeah, let's do some... Unless anybody else knows, feel free to indulge me in the comments section. Power Macintosh CPU slot. Just seeing if this... if we could actually find the part. Just curious here. Alright, so it's the daughter card slot. Let's see here. That does not help me. I'm sure somebody has it. I just don't have the knowledge here. There's an image here. That's an AGP card. No, it's not going to help me. Yeah, let's see. I have one of these here. 73. Would it be a 73 pin slot? Does that make sense? I mean, this board says 1 on this side, then 73. And I'm assuming they're doubled. And I don't even know what that slot would be called, but that would be like, what, 146 pins? Not counting the... Because there are these big... How that slot works is there are the pins on the top, then there are pins on the bottom that go to like these big ground things there. So it could be something like simple as that screwing up. I don't know what the name of that slot is. But let me see something. If I plug this in, no, it doesn't really help me here. I was wondering if I could pin something out or whatever if I had this jammed in there, but because from what I could see, this slot looks horrible, but it doesn't look like anything else is like touching it. Yeah, I mean, a paperclip will not fit in there, unfortunately. Let me see what I have that might be small enough to fit in there. I mean, just for size comparison, here's the leg of a capacitor. That'll fit. But it's like I'd have to, give this another cleaning. I mean, who knows if that gunk is now touching something it shouldn't have because I pushed it all the way down, Well, all we can do is play around with this. I mean, this is probably going to go in the cleaner a number more times just because how disgusting this whole slot is. Where did I put my scalpel? Darn it. I was misplacing something. Hey, it's going okay. Yeah, we're live poking things. Where did I put that scalpel? It's not good to misplace that because it's sharp. And then I find it by accidentally like touching it. Oh, here it is. It's right on the board. Doy. Sitting right here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to look for the worst ones here and just make sure there's nothing adhering to any of them. Really all I can do at this point. And that one has a lot of crud on it. I guess I should just do this to all of them. Just see if that... I mean, I'd actually probably at this point, seeing how bad this is, would look into getting a replacement slot if I could find one. I would have to find the exact pin out of this and what they're called. I'm sure somebody's done it before, so I wouldn't be the first person to do it. Not exactly what I would consider a fun time, but corroded machines call for desperate measures. Oh my goodness, that one's disgusting. Let's turn this around. Ew, disgusting. Of course, the worry is that by pushing these in, it's going to cause one of them to snap off that's already not in good condition. But at this point, oh yeah, look at this one. There's just so much crud in there. And get my little capacitor leg here. See if I can. I mean, all I can do is push it down. Oof. I could use the air duster and get some of that gunk out maybe from the bottom after I'm done. I mean, this has, ugh, just look at these. Yeah, I mean, this already went in the ultrasonic, so it already had a cleaning. It will need more cleaning. I'm not saying it wouldn't, and I will try things like white vinegar and all that fun stuff. Just, you know, oh gosh. Yeah, I think what we really just need to do is try and find that replacement part for this. Because no matter how far I clean this, yeah, Mac Plus that doesn't working, $20 max. It could be anything going on there. Yeah, because even if I try and clean this thing to the best of my abilities, there's probably always going to be a problem with this. I mean, there already is now, because if you don't have the CPU seated just right, it doesn't even chime. And we're going to look elsewhere on the board. Alright, so I think that's enough poking around in that area. So let me show you where the battery was, for those of you who did not see the first stream here. The battery was in this area. Let's focus here. This is such a big board, so apologies. Oh, this camera, come on. Okay, so here's where the battery was, and it leaked in this direction. Here's that chip that I've repaired. I'm going to test something on there also. It didn't really touch the legs of this, thankfully. I think the top of the battery had some corrosion, and that sort of went elsewhere on the board, but didn't really touch this area. And it proceeded this way. This is where it hit that cache slot right here. So it was all against here. You can see it's all nice and corroded. And it continued this way. I'm going to check some of these traces. It continued, and there's some green on that chip. And it slammed right into the CPU socket here. And then it made its way, there was a little bit on the PCI socket on the slot here. But that was it. I'm going to look around here because these caps were disgusting. I've replaced these two. But I'm going to look around here. Let's see. Is there anything else we could find here? Well, thank you. Yes, I hate waste, whether it's e-waste or if it's food waste or if it's plastic waste or packaging waste. I hate it. It's like, well, what else can I say? It's a waste. I really hate that stuff. So, well, that was bridging something maybe. Maybe that was part of a problem. Who knows? I hate waste of all kinds. So if I could save a computer, or if I could at least try and diagnose it. So let's take a trip around the board here to make sure I'm not missing anything else, because it could be something that there's just something bridged here and it's causing all sorts of problems. Because yeah, I mean nothing looks too happy on this board really. these are just little hairs. That wouldn't cause it. Oh, there's some. That's old flux or what that is, but we'll take care of this. Let me get a little Q-tip here. Oh yeah, those. I have a stack of those iBooks and just the G3 ones especially. Oh shoot, it always happens every once in a while. The Q-tip just jams into the alcohol bottle. Everyone says, "Oh, you should get the little thing that you." Yeah, well, I didn't, so I gotta deal with this now. At least this will be really clean. It's too wet now. You should get the little thing. The thing. Yes, yes. Oh, and there I spilled alcohol all over my pants. Oh, this is more nasty than I thought it was. Alright, do I have a paper towel here? Yes. At least my pants are clean now. But yeah, there's all these little things here. Hopefully everyone's weekend is going well. It is Sunday here. I have Monday off, and I actually took off a few other days this week too. So I have some personal projects to catch up on and just don't feel like working for a little while. So yes, I know I have a full-time job. I know it's silly. I'd love to do this stuff all day, kind of, but I can't do that just yet. Alright, let's see. Anything else? See, this side of the chip looks fine. All this is nice and shiny and pretty. Now, Sean here in the chat will know that I've had similar experience trying to repair something very tiny. With very tiny legs. I'm not going to get into details here. Oh my goodness, it's disgusting. Look at this. Look at this. Not going to get into details. You will see that shortly in a video, though. I know I'm very excited to share what I was working on. I think Sean is equally as excited. Rich recapper. Yeah, as I say it on my services page, depending on what the board is, let's say I charge $100 to fix it or whatever. Yeah, that's not really a lot when you consider how many hours I put into these things. Like, really. I put in weeks and months into an SE30 that a customer sent me. Still charging the same price. I mean, he paid for some trace repairs and some other stuff, but it's like an extra $20 or $40. $50 maybe. I'm not getting rich on all this stuff. The capacitors, unless you order in really large quantities, you're still paying a lot of money. And, I can't afford to pay to order in that quantity. I ordered like quantity of like 100 or so. And they last me a while, but it's like if I want to order some new caps, that's like the price of that plus $10 shipping. So I usually wait until I have a bulk of stuff to order, and most people are very, very kind when they send something in. Other people every other day, did you fix it yet? You fix it yet? You fix it yet? You fix it yet? No matter how many times I tell them, you will not get an update from me until progress has been made. They just want to message me anyway. But whatever. That's the type of work that happens. That's what you gotta deal with. That's nasty. I don't know what this is. Yes, I actually put 2 sets of shelves in the garage. But that's mainly because my garage... let's get some of this crud off of here. My garage really didn't have any... It had some shelves, but I moved those shelves down here. And then I realized those shelves in the basement are too small. I'm just trying to get some of this crud off of here. And so... I ended up buying a new set of shelves, and of course I bought them, and then Home Depot sent me an email saying, hey, or a snail mail rather, saying, hey, here's 10% off your next order. It's like, I just spent a few $100s on shelves. Thank you. This would have been useful like literally 2 days ago. Anyway, yeah, so the idea is to reorganize the garage, put a car in the garage. I know. Put one of the cars in the garage. And, yeah. What are you willing to pay and what are the market value are two different things. Yes, they are. I mean, there are still very good deals out there, especially you find individuals that are just trying to give an item a good home. You find individuals that understand what they have needs work. You find individuals that are not crazy and think, there's an Apple logo on it, this thing must be worth a fortune. And you find individuals that understand that these things need to be repaired, like this. I mean, I paid $50 for this, the monitor, and a boatload of cables that came with it. Not even knowing the condition that it was in. I thought it was working. But sometimes you get good deals, and sometimes they require a lot more work. Like this one. Just trying to get this. There's like crud right between these two pins, and my scalpel can't even fit in there because of the way the PCI slot is right up against this. Yeah, that might help. But yeah, you get some good deals, you get some bad deals. And you know what? You might not be able to afford something for a long time. You just gotta be patient. Something will come along. Yeah, they're like, oh, this guy bought a lot of crap. He's gonna buy more crap. No, I should have just not bought anything before Memorial Day, because that's, usually when they have all the sales and junk. Silly me. I don't know what this is, but it's just like, I don't think it's conductive. Well, we could test that with our lovely multimeter here. Let's see if these things are causing any trouble. Alright, well, that's not touching anything. That was my main concern, so that should be fine. Alright, so let's take a look around this board, see if there's anything bad that I just did not spot, because I really was paying attention to the areas where I saw corrosion, but there could be plenty of things that I just don't see. Yeah, like, little corrosive bits like this. I'm going to get that off of the board. Thank you. It could even be like one of these lines heading to these pins is no longer touching. Let's see. It's all nice and shiny. That looks happy. That's good. Let's look on this side of this is the processor slot. We'll look on this side here. That looks pretty nasty, but yeah, and then there's this chip here I'm going to take a look at in a second. The model of this motherboard I don't think makes much sense, but it's a PPC 5000. Well, here, let me type it in if I can. So, excuse the lowercase, 5000-0121-03. Oh, excuse the last two characters, they're not part of it. It's my fat fingering. The Pentium 2 and 3 slots are very similar. I see. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just get stuff for free, which is amazing. I mean, hey, I love free stuff. I've gotten a fair amount in my collection for free from people being like, I don't want this anymore, you want it? Like, yes! I got my first iMac for free, the Bondi Blue iMac. I got that for free. Somebody was like, I don't want this anymore, do you want it? I'm like, yes, I will take that. I see some corrosion in here, but it actually still looks like it's making a connection, so we'll double check that in a second. Now, they probably use this board on many different machines, so that's just a heads up there. But yeah, see, look, this little pad here. Let's zoom in. So this little pad is it's mostly gone actually. Yeah, that is eaten through. I'm curious if that goes through to a spot on the other side that I could see. Probably not, but you never know. Let's see, that's over here. Well, let's plug in our multimeter and just see if we could find a spot where it connects on the other side. I honestly don't know where it would, but just guessing around here. So let's see. Let's try and. So sometimes what I do is I'll get a flashlight like my phone here. Hey Joe, welcome to the stream. Sorry for the weird camera angle. Let's switch off the microscope for a second because I have this board horizontal. Trying to find where something goes through to the other side here to see if it's actually eaten through or not, and trying to see that. So I see some of the light coming through. That's good. Nope, heard something. Okay, so although that looks like crap, it actually is making a connection. So that's good, I guess. Exactly what I do, Joe. If I wasn't streaming, I'd be doing the same thing. I'd be watching somebody else who's in a world of hurt just like I am. Like, why don't things want to go? Me mad now. Let's get back under the microscope here. We're going to find out what's going on here, and we're going to fix it. Yeah, so that although it looks horrible, is actually making a connection. So, not really too concerned about that, but I mean, it sucks anyway. Then look at this. Ugh, yeah, that is corroded away. That, yeah, and this was the path of where the battery just went whee and got all this stuff just totally. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised this isn't worse. I'm really surprised this isn't worse, because it could have been a lot worse. Yeah, I mean, this thing, the guy said the last time he had it, it booted up, and then he stored it for 20 years. And that's the problem. You store it with the battery, and battery things are going to happen. So I'm going to actually tilt this board. I'm going to try and tilt it anyway, so I could get a better look at some of the pins here. So let me adjust the focus. Reducing my collection will not happen. Reorganizing things will. let's set our expectations here. I've been collecting this stuff for over 20 years now, especially what the prices are today. I'm happy to loan things to people, and ooh, look at that. Got some nasty crud here. I'm happy to loan things to people and you know, for videos and stuff like that. I've done that before, but as far as giving stuff away, the prices these things are at these days, it makes me very hesitant to even consider that. Okay, so what I'm concerned about is some of these traces that go right to the pins here. I just want to make sure they're actually touching. Like, oh, yeah, that, a lot of that solder has just been eaten away there. Lovely. Hey, Mike. You woke up? Or you got out of work? Or oh my goodness. Same crap from yesterday, Mike. Oh no, yeah, we are at an angle here, so that's why everything looks fuzzy. So apologies to everyone for the few minutes here. We're just at an angle so I could see under this slot, so everything looks, well, like crap. Let's scrape that away just a little bit so we could maybe see if that's actually making a connection. You know, a lot of these are connected that way. I might just have to get another one of these PowerPC, another one of these PowerPC slots. If anybody knows what type of the slots they use, or part number of the slots they use for these PowerPC 603 and up processors, that'd be fantastic. I'd love to know, because I might have to, unfortunately, get one. Oh boy. Okay, good. It is making a connection. Thank goodness. Let's try this other one too. This one looks like it has a line that goes from there to there. Oh, that goes to the other side. Never mind. Ooh, yeah, a lot of these things aren't worth the effort, but I guess I could do that, Mike, but I don't want to. I mean, it's funny though, actually though, Mike. It's funny that you mentioned that, Mike, because that machine had the same exact issue as this one. You wouldn't even get a flashing question mark sometimes. Could have been the CPU slot, could be something else, but yeah, it's just nasty looking. All right, so let's find those two spots that we saw that we were looking at just a moment ago. So that one was okay. Where are they? Oof. Yeah, here. These two right here. I am curious if those are actually making a connection. So what I'm going to do is put the board on the side again. Nope, yeah, the corrosion inside the slot is definitely not helping us. So that's why I was thinking to get a whole new slot. A whole new slot. And use my phone again. It has a very expensive flashlight. Okay. No, so there's 4. That should be it. Alright, that one's making a connection. That one is 2. Okay, good. And let's try the 4 underneath. At least it looks like this board has a lot of things that go through to the other side there, so it's a little easier to understand if things are actually making a connection or not. Except this one. Come on. Alright, yeah, close enough. Alright, anything else I have to test while I have this propped up like this? I think everything else looks okay. I'm willing to try this again. The only other thing I want to test here, this is a 604, Mike. It came with the 604E. I tried a G3 card. I tried the 604 or 603 from the other power computing into here. They never get to the Happy Mac. It's all quite the same. I'm going to take a look under the job that I did the other day. I really don't want to take this apart, but I'm not really going to. What I'm going to do is just peel the tape back here. It would help if I was in the right view here. So here's the lovely bit that we did work on the other day. And the pin I'm concerned about here is this one, where all the flux is around. I don't know if this is actually making a connection to where it has to. And I'm not very much wanting to take off this whole chip, because I'll probably rip off all the places that I made connections to. We don't want to do that. So There's a lot of extra flux here, so I'm just trying to get some of this old solder mask and all this crud that I put here. I'll double check our work. I don't think we really double checked it yesterday, so get a little Q-tip and try and clean this up. Yours gets a Happy Mac and then freezes. That's what Mike's 9500 did. It would just freeze. Like it would. Where'd the alcohol go? It would get to a certain point and then it would just freeze. It wouldn't do anything. Hey James, how's it going? Oh yeah, you're getting the tape view. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so this was the work I did yesterday here, which was, like I said before, the most intricate, complex work I've ever done for repair, whether for myself or for a client so far. So I basically had to rework the pins of this entire area, which was not even fun to think about, let alone do. And I'm going to double check my work here, make sure that nothing got unplugged or nothing is floating around here or anything like that. Alright, so let's see. So this here is supposed to go here. And this is supposed to go through there. I believe that does. That's not going anywhere. Alright, it's not bridging anything. That's good. Alright, so we could try just looking for... Alright, so this guy goes here. Okay. So if I put the multimeter by that pin... Oops. Well, it was there. Hold on. We should be able to trace that back over here. Yep. Oh, wait. This one too? Very interesting. So, there, that pin there... Why was it doing that? Oh, I see. I was touching 2 with the other probe. Never mind. That's all good. So now what I'm concerned about is this chip here. Where does this go? So let me flip this on its side again, so you can't see this. I'm sorry, but I just want to see if I could confirm that leg is going somewhere. And there's some points on the underside of this, which might help me determine that. So it would be something like around there, I guess. I really hope it's making a connection because I do not want to take this off. Ah, this board's a little wobbly too. Having my doubts this is making a connection somewhere. It's very hard to keep it still. Sorry you guys can't see this, I'm just trying to... Oh, the multimeter turned itself off, so that always helps. Yeah, that's concerning. Let me see if it goes anywhere else here. Yeah, because it was like right here. So let me try and scrape this away in the bottom here. I know these are perfectly looking things, but I have a concern. Oh. Let's change that. Let's see the weird look on my face even bigger. doesn't seem to be... It's so ever hard to find exactly where these points are. So let's try the flashlight method again. Alright, so let's see if we could find anything. So it could be one of those points. Oh, okay, so we have the holes here. That might help. So it is slightly above this one. So it might be one of these. Alright, so let me take the scalpel here and just kindly scrape away just to see if we can confirm something here, because if I could make sure that this chip was properly put on and everything, that would make me a happy boy. Nothing, huh? Great. That does not make me happy. Because I don't know which it's supposed to be. It looks like it goes to the SCSI bus, though. So it is important. Damn. 100 megahertz car has been a fridge magnet for years. Hey, Alexander. Sorry I haven't been paying much attention to the chat, guys. Sort of looking at here. Let me explain what I'm doing for anybody who just joined. So I did major repair work on this chip before. The problem is, I should have done this before I put the darn chip on. It would help if you could see what I'm looking at. So adjust this camera again, because whenever I see something perfect, it's out of focus for you guys. Yeah, links don't work unless you're an admin, unfortunately. So here, this little solder blob here, there was a little trace that goes under the chip to a point like right here. Unfortunately, that is not connecting to here. It's not. I wonder. Yeah, let me get the WCAV here and see if there's a little bit that remains there. Let me see if I could do that. This is dangerous because we could undo some of the awesome work that, I wouldn't say awesome, but the tedious work that we did before. So let me get the very small tip here, because that's the one we'll have to use. Very tedious work. This is plugged in. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, unless you're an admin, this is a change that YouTube did. I have no control over this whatsoever. But unless you're an admin, apparently links don't work anymore. They used to, trust me. I used to have to play spam patrol all the time. Alright, so let me get my solder wick out here. Jesus. Everything just fell down, including my keyboard. If I make everyone an admin, then that'll cause a lot of problems and headaches. Trust me. Okay. That was fun, wasn't it? I have a keyboard tray for this desk. I just haven't installed it yet. Maybe I should do that this weekend. Alright, so back to this madness. Oh, you're trying to send the model of the board? That's the PPC 5000-0121-003. You could email me, Thomas, Mac84TV, if you're trying to send me a link. Oh, you know what? Here, this would just be easier. Thomas, I trust you. You are now a moderator, Thomas, for the foreseeable future. Probably for the end of the stream. So, you could paste in the link now, Thomas. Sorry about that. Alright, so let's try and just wick this little bit of solder off of that pin. Such tiny work. So annoying. So I wonder if it's actually making a connection with something. I'm not 100% sure. So, oh, hey, Daniel, thank you very much for the super chat. Eep! Whenever anybody gives me a super chat here, I do a wild eep from the old Mac OS. Thank you very much for your support. It's greatly appreciated. All right, so let's see if that is actually plugging into anything now. PowerPC is a bad lead. Oh my gosh. You guys are nuts. I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. Alright, so we have to put this board on its side again. I really need to set up hotkeys with OBS. But basically trying to find out if this pin's going anywhere. Oh, wait. I found it. It's touching. Oh no, that's the one next to it. Darn! I got so excited. I was like, yeah, it's fixed. It's definitely going to one of the pins on the SCSI bus. So, let's see. So if I can figure out where exactly, because I know where it is roughly on the other side, but I have to find out where exactly it is on here. Then I could probably just make a connection. So, let's see. Let's try and map this out here. So we have 2 dots, then 2 to the right. 2 dots, 2 to the right. All right, that's above it. So it should actually be right below those 2 dots. So right below those 2 dots is this. That. I know I'm speaking gibberish here, but trust me. There is a method to this madness. So that is right below the pin there. That's the one that should be touching. So let's confirm this again. So those are the 2 dots there. Then there's the one to the left of it. Then it goes down. So the 2 dots there. There's one to the left of it. Then it goes down. Yeah, this one here. That is in the spot where I think it is. So let's go back to the microscope here. We're going to try and fix this. So this little point here, I know it's sort of, it's too high for the microscope to really focus on, but this right here is under that chip, this little lead here. And this is what is not making a connection. So we're just going to force it. We're going to make a connection this way. Oh my goodness. Trust me, there's a reason why we can't have nice things on YouTube. The amount of spam and junk I get is just absolutely ridiculous. And it's not from you fine folks, the people that actually like watch the channel. It's from people that just like find it and just want to spam it. Can you send me an iPhone 12? It's like, I have an iPhone 8. What the heck are you... Where do you think I... Where do you think all these delusions of grandeur you're having come from? It's like... I want a new phone. I'm not going to give you a new phone. I can't even afford a new phone. Ridiculous. Anyway, we're going to try and put a new wire on there. Use one of these little thin ones here. See, now you guys are starting. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we have this little wire here. Actually, there's a hole right on the board, right there. So we're going to put this little wire through this little hole. right there. I know you can't really see it now, but I'll show you in a moment. So see this little hole there? We just put a wire through it. And that is going to go right there. No iPod, no goodies for anybody. All I have is buttons and stickers. You don't like those, I don't know what to tell you. Scalpel pointy. Tweezers pointy. Things are pointy. Okay. So what happens is this wire is so thin that it doesn't want to have the enamel burned off of it. There's a little plastic coating, the enamel here, that, you know, makes it good for, I guess, not touching anything else, but then it's bad if you actually want to touch something. So you have to burn it off with soldering iron, and sometimes it doesn't want to go. And try this again. A weird angle here, so I apologize if it's out of focus. Alright, now to find my good tweezers and just hold that in place so we can get a better join on that. I think that's pretty good. That's not really going to go anywhere. Yeah, I don't think this board is totally hosed. I have my doubts, but we'll see. All right, so I'm gonna have to adhere this somehow with some tape or something. So we have this little wire that we put on the board here, so I'm just going to bend it like that. I'm going to pull it through to the other side. Like that. I'm going to put some of our electrical tape wherever it went. Here, boy. Here, electrical tape. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Why does he talk to everything like a dog? This is disturbing. Where the heck did it go? I just had the darn thing. Oh, that's gonna be on my gravestone. He was just here. He just had it. Where did it go? Where did it go indeed? Well, I have some of this heat resistant tape, but that's not really what I... Yes, I saw that. I saw that the other day before I even began the repair. Because sometimes I'll just buy parts just to have them. And it's like, oh, well, if this ever blows up, at least I have it. Where did the electrical tape go? Is it under the board? I already looked under the board. It is not under the board. Oh, boy. Did it fall when my keyboard fell? Probably. There's always one part of the stream where... There it is. It's hiding right under my darn multimeter. I will tell you in 1 second, Adam. They come in different gauges, so different sizes. But let me just put this tape on the board here. That will hopefully keep that in place. So this wire here, let me switch cameras. Adam, so this is the wire that I ordered from Amazon. This is the 28 gauge. It's very, very thick. Ooh, shoot, I just pulled that, didn't I? Well, cut it over here first so we don't cause any damage. All right, well, thankfully I taped that down. All right, so this is the thinner one. This is the 34 gauge. So this is the one I just used. It's very, very fine. And this is the thicker one. So if you just search for enameled wire, this is enameled copper wire. The company is BN. Well, let me type it in here. BNTECHO. Oh, GO rather. Wait, this is a very weird. Where's my cursor? Ugh, darn it. That is the brand of the enameled wire. They make many different sizes. I have the 34 and the 28. The 28 is the thicker. The 34 is the thinner. They're about $10 each. I just ordered both because I'm like, you know what? Sometimes I need to make a pad out of things, and sometimes I just need to move some wire somewhere. So hopefully that helps you out. If I was more organized, I'd have an Amazon affiliated link, but I do not. So, all right, so let's try fixing this. Sorry, just catching up on the comments here because I've been very busy. I don't know who Shango66 is. Isn't as grumpy. Oh, I'm grumpy. I just try not to be as grumpy in front of the kids, in front of the children's. No worries, Adam. I hope that helps you out. Always happy to help give people tips. You know, look, I answer a lot more tech support stuff online than I really should. I really don't mind helping out. Where I do mind is when people just message me and go, "Hi," and I'm like, what am I supposed to do with that? What do you want? Do you need help? Like, what's going on? You just message me and go, "Hi." It doesn't really give me much to respond back to. I'm not going to ask you what's up, because that's just going to, like, eat into my life. But no, I don't have an iPhone 12 to give away. I can't even afford an iPhone 12 myself. Otherwise, I would stop with the stupid iPhone 8 I have, which Mike is a witness to this. It just doesn't want to work. Like, it freezes. I'm pretty sure the memory or the flash storage on it is just, like, corrupt or something. Because you go to take a photo and the thing just, like, looks at you like, "Oh, you want to do something? Yeah, we're not going to do that today. Nice try, though." Alright, so what I'm going to do here is try and attach this wire to the other end of that chip where it was supposed to be. You sent me an email. Okay, I will take a look at that. Oh my goodness. You guys are silly. I love it. Let's slap some flux on there. Boop. And put the solder on this side here. And so I'm just trying to burn the enamel off this wire here, because I will need to have that exposed so it can actually touch to the pin on the chip there. That's the problem when things are so light. Sometimes they just don't want to. They don't want to adhere to anything, and they just like flop around in the wind. It's not too shabby. How about that? I mean, it's still fragile as heck. If I touch the darn thing, it's probably going to fly off, but... Which resistors cooked? They all look plenty fine. Oh, this one, yeah, this guy's seen better days. Oh, I had a little tape under there. I forgot. Oh, maybe I should have left that on there. Oh well. No going back now. Oh my goodness. I'm crying on the inside. Okay, so that is going where it should be now, hopefully. So let's double check our work. Hey, Dave. Which resistor are you referring to? They all look pretty sad. Oh, and I put tape over it on this side. So, well, I know what I could do. I could just go like that. Alright, so that went to the second SCSI pin here. So that was important. R10. Let's look at R10. Yeah, it's fine. It's just some old cruddy solder just hanging around there. There's a value of S2 on it. Yeah, just some old junk next to it. And this, let's see if, oopsie. You stay there. Yeah, they're fine. Just hardwire the SCSI cable. Okay, yeah, so that is good. I'm going to put some tape there so that doesn't wiggle around as much. Again, I don't think that was a problem, but who knows, maybe it would have frozen trying to boot up if it didn't have a proper SCSI connection. I don't know. Yes, we just don't want that wire wiggling around too much. I hope it will live again as well. Let me check my email real quick because Thomas was sending me something. Oh, I really need to install that keyboard tray. Oh, thank you, Thomas. You telling me to search this to bring up information about the computer or information about the part, or what exactly was your? Yeah, I see the motherboard for sale, out of stock, $75, and then there's this one. Yeah, similar board. That brings up the Performa series. Let's see. Yeah, similar to the 7000 series. It broadens the yes. Okay, I see what you were saying. Yes. Yeah, without the extra digits on the edge, you do get more because this is just a slight configuration. So thank you, Thomas. Yes, that is appreciated. I'm gonna test this out again because why the heck not? Let me go upstairs and just grab the literally up the stairs. It's at the top of the stairs. I'm going to grab that air duster, so I'm not even going to press pause. I'll be right back. Yes, it should run OS 8. It should actually run 9, except some of the installers say it will not run on this computer. You got to sort of trick it. I'm going to mute the sound because this is going to get a little bit loud. It's not alive yet. So what I did just there was blowing some dust through that CPU slot, so maybe we could clear some of the gunk there. So I'm ready to test this again. Easier said than done. It's Action Retro, doing all the action, being retro. He's Action Retro. That would be $5,000 for the very original song. Sean's like, I'm not paying that. But that is catchy. So we have to attach all these little fun wires. Where'd those screws go? There we go. That would be such a weird theme tune. Like, people who don't know me, or just anybody in general, just be like, you know, his old intro, just like, do 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 do, like just like a little tune was fine. What is this weird sad guy just, you know, bringing us down at the beginning of each video, man? It's Action Retro, doing the things. Yeah, this board is not exactly easy to get into this case. It's just a standard PC case, which is makes this not fun. Does this screw even go in there? Come on. Yeah, we just need it to sort of fit. We don't need to be perfect. Alright, got that out of the way. Now we have to put all these little wires for the power switch and all that fun stuff, the speaker. Alright, so we have the speaker. Oh, I got all these mixed up here. Alright, power LED goes there. We have reset switch there. NMI, I guess that's the interrupt switch. And then, oh wait, power switch goes there. And then speaker, because you need to hear if this thing chimes. Okay. That should be good. We need some memory. Alright, we have 2 sticks of memory. Let's try this CPU again. Actually, no. Let's try that G3 Sonic card, because I like to live dangerously. Hopefully it doesn't fry it. That would be sad. Okay, so... Oh, boy. What are you guys doing in the chat here? You being silly. Who says I wasn't on one of those hoarder shows already? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this basement. And I have to continually clean it up. We'll get to there one day. One day. Yeah, Sean has been here. Sean has been here. He may have stolen some things while he was here and I could have not noticed. Alright, so let's turn this screen on. Because we might get some video out of this thing. Well, hopefully we will, because it did before. We need to install this video card here, because there is no onboard video. There, that's easier. Bunnies! I got the bunnies. Yes. What is a Power Mac you want? That's a hard question. I don't really need any Power Macs. I pretty much have all the machines I want. And like, if I ever found a TAM at a good price, yeah, maybe. But like, I don't really need one. All right, let's power this thing up and see what happens. Let's get a power plug. And we have the video set up. Maybe that wants to work. Who knows? And let's try it out. Alright, so it chimes. You get the cursor. But that's all we were getting before. We weren't getting a Happy Mac or anything. There is nothing plugged into the SCSI bus. I just keep looking at the screen to see if it'll surprise me. But it's probably not gonna. Rain alert. Yeah, I know. It's been raining all day, weather app. Thank you very much for letting me know. Yeah, so it just sits here. The CPU apparently does work on other systems. I'm going to try turning this off again. Carefully take the CPU out and try another one. Oh, the mouse does still move. There are no hard drives or anything plugged into this. Oh, there's actually a hard drive in there. Oh, no, that's a Jazz drive. I'm sorry. But there's nothing plugged in. But it should go to the flashing question mark. I know I have to learn how to battery. I know. There's no battery. Resetting the PRAM ain't going to do anything. I could certainly try that, but I did that last time and it didn't do anything. Trying to think of what I could try. Yeah, here's the G3 card. I'm not trying that. I tried... Yes, Trina. I tried... do you have another system to try the CPU on? Yeah, I mean, here. I'll do exactly what I did yesterday. Here's my Power Mac 180 Pro. The same clone that I've shown off on other videos. I know this CPU works. I'm going to put that in. At least it's been chiming consistently. Recap the battery. At least it's been chiming consistently. It hasn't been not chiming, which is good. Yeah, we're still not getting... No. Yeah, if someone wants to donate an M1 Mac Mini to the channel, yeah, I'll put that in the case. Yeah, we're not getting anything. I don't think it would be the memory. I don't think it would be the memory because maybe we'd have a different error. Yeah, I really let's turn this off. Where's my SCSI adapter here? So I have a blue SCSI. It probably won't boot off of that because it's a Power Mac here, but let's try a few things here. So I have my floppy MU. Let's see if this gets power. Floppy MU gets power. Disk image type is not supported in current MU mode. Okay. Alright, so yeah, the floppy MU says it's idle. Well, it wasn't populated when I got the machine, and the guy said all he did was remove the hard drive from it. Now, it could very well be. I don't think the. Does this one have a cache slot? Actually, it does. So here's the cache for mine. Now, unfortunately, there are two DIMMs that are. The ROM wouldn't be on the cache though. This would just be cache, right? Yeah, this is a chunky looking cache piece. This is on my other one. Yeah, the problem is there are two pins missing from that cache. I could try plugging it in. Yeah, the mouse does move. I just don't have one plugged in. I'll plug it in. Reset button. See, if I had a spare cache slot, I'd put one in, and I'd just solder those two pins in. I would do that. I don't think I have a spare cache slot. I mean, I might. I'd have to look. All right. So the keyboard works because I just plugged it in. And the mouse did work yesterday, so yeah, there it goes. Look at it go. Woohoo! Look at that mouse go. I'm very hesitant to use this cache slot sim. I wonder if it's required though. I really don't know. I'm gonna try this, and if it blows up, it's all your guys' faults. Now we're getting some static. Did you hear that? It went bong, and then it like sort of stopped. Yeah, I don't think the cache slot is helping. Yeah, with the cache in there, it stutters. That's probably not a good sign. And I would assume that's not required. Yeah, there's at least 3 broken pins, so that's not helping. What else could we try? We could try some different memory. Where did I put the box that all the goodies came in? There it is. So this memory module says power computing 32. Ooh, this has some corrosion on it though. We won't be using that one. We have a TechWorks one. Let's try one of these guys. Maybe they have to be in a certain order. I really have no clue. But we're going to try. Let's try that. Okay, well that's a bit different. We got some green. Maybe one of these memory slots is screwed up. Now I'm going to try different RAM slots. I don't know if they have to be in pairs or what. But... Alright, so we're just trying one slot at the end of the machine. That's a nice shade of green. Nice shade of green you got there. Let's see what happens when there's no CPU in the slot. Absolutely nothing. Well, here's that G3 upgrade again. Yes, the G3 that it came with was damaged. I'm using a different G3 processor. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go see if I can find another processor card. So, groove to the whole music, take a bathroom break. I'll be right back. Okay. We have the user manual. That might come in handy. And I found the, well, this is another one. This is for 9,500 only. That's a different card. But a few months ago on eBay, I got a whole bunch of CPU cards. These were labeled as in questionable condition, and they certainly are in questionable condition. Some of them look much better than others. There are some power computing ones in here, though. These were listed as for scrap, and I could totally see why. Some of them are bent at the end. I was hoping to find a very rare UMAX dual processor one, but that was not in here. Here's a power computing one. This is a 150 megahertz. I mean, it'll probably work, maybe. Oh, here's a 240. Also from power computing. That might work. Yeah, see, this is a UMAX one, and it has this little header at the top, but that's not the exact one I was looking for, I don't think. Or maybe it is. Who knows? I don't know. But, yeah, these were all listed as scrap, so who knows? Exactly, Sean. This one's a 604 Motorola 180. So, actually, this doesn't look to be in bad shape. We could try this one. I mean, there's no heatsink on it, so that processor is going to get hot, but we're only testing it for a second. So it's not going to explode or anything like that, hopefully. But, I mean, what else could go wrong, right? Okay, that's good to know. Yeah. Yeah, I think some of them are very picky about what CPUs they boot with, but... Is the mouse not even, Yeah, the mouse isn't even going with this one. That CPU got hot, though. Let's try this power computing one. Make sure there are no obvious bridges or anything horrible on this board. Alright, the mouse is moving. Hey, Scarlet Swordfish. And the mouse moves. Well, I mean, at least these CPU cards seem to kind of work. Oh, boy. We'll try one more. This is a 150 megahertz. Again, I got these for scrap. I don't know if they work, but... Well, it doesn't like this one, apparently. Oh, this little part is kind of not on, so whatever. Boy. Yeah, I tried the CUDA reset. We're gonna put the which one was it? We're gonna put the 180 processor in there. Press the CUDA switch and boot it up. No chime that time. Excellent. Yeah, I think there's still something fishy with that CPU slot. Hey, NK Morpheus. Oh, you didn't miss much. This thing is still giving us trouble. It's a shame, too, because this board otherwise looks to be like a lot of fun to play around with. Get the defibrillator. Yeah, I think I just need a replacement slot, to be honest. Replacing things is too easy. Let's look in the manual. Let's see if ye old manual gives us any information here. Everything you need to know about setting up and operating your Power Center Pro system. There's a tower that looks kind of like ours, but it's not. Oh, there's a phone number here. Computer support. Technical questions. Let's give them a call, shall we?
Your call did not go through. Please try your call again.
Let's try customer support.
This call may be recorded for quality assurance. We have a special promotion for select callers. If you are over 50, please press 1 now.
Oh, I guess they can't help me. Technically, Apple bought Power Computing. Technically, they are on the hook when it comes to fixing things. Let's see. This goes through a bunch of software stuff. Here we go. The low profile chassis. That's not what we want. Installing PCI Express cards. Hang up. Okay. Motherboard, DIMM slots. It's funny, mine looks different than the one in here. Removing a DIMM. Installing internal drives. Technical information. Memory, disk drives. Yeah, so it either had a 604E at 180 or, yeah, it's a few others. Video, interfaces, SCSI, Ultra SCSI, 3 PCI bus slots, built-in Ethernet. Doesn't even mention the cache slot. It tells us the current for the mini tower or the low profile system on the power supply. That's nice. Dimensions, RAM configurations, monitor resolution tables, power requirements, PCI cards, regulatory information. Let's look in the index under cache. Ah. 172. No. All right, well, call Apple Care. They're going to look at my phone number and go, "Oh, it's you again?" No, thank you. It is interesting that we put in different memory and the thing turned green. The problem is this whole thing. Oh, good. It does come loose. I was about to say, this was covering the memory area. So now, I could populate this with memory. Let's just go crazy here. Why not? Let's try it again. As I lose my balance. Well, that's not happy. I wonder if one of the memory slots is corroded. It is certainly not happy now. Whoa, I see smoke. I see smoke. What the heck was that all about? Oh, that stinks. Oof. Oof. What do we do? I don't see any obvious damage to these modules. Hold on. Let's get closer. Look at this. Well, a little hole started to form in the 64 megabyte module, which sucks. This is a small hole though, just a very tiny one. Oh boy. I wonder if just one of these is bad. I mean, one of these slots is bad? I have no clue. Or maybe something was like touching the underside of the metal case or something. Well, I guess we could try with one again. No chime. No, we're not getting anything. Oh, thank you very much for the super chat. Eep! I greatly appreciate your assistance here. Might have to buy a new motherboard. Alright. Now it chimed. No smoke yet. we have a 16 megabyte memory module that I don't really care too much if anything happens to it. I'm going to try this. Yeah, this thing does not want to chime. I can't blame it after all that's been through. Oh boy. Yeah, I replaced the caps that were nasty looking. I didn't do anything else. The other ones look fine. Yeah, that CPU slot is really bothering me. Because you wiggle it wrong and the thing doesn't boot. So, would not be surprised to me at all if that is like one of the issues there. Well, there's nothing plugged into the SCSI buses, unless that's a problem. Unless something needs to be plugged in. I mean, I have SCSI cable here. I mean, this got some corrosive goo on it, but the port and the cable appear to be okay. So let's try that. Let's plug things in. See, I didn't touch anything except the SCSI port, and the thing won't boot anymore. I bought the exact CPU for this Trina, I just don't know where it is, but the CPU slot does not have any numbers on it. But it was used on many different Power Macs, so hopefully we could find a replacement. I am noticing there's some corrosion on the front of the system. That's not good. I don't think reflowing it is going to help. There's just so much corrosion inside of it. What I will do is I'm going to take another look around the board. Let's move some of this junk that we brought out here so I can get this thing back on the table. Because I want to look under the memory slots and I want to look elsewhere. It is concerning that that one memory module started smoking. Very concerning. Especially because that module was a higher capacity one, but we'll get to that another day, I guess, or I could just take a look. Yes, there was plenty of corrosion on the CPU pins. Yeah, Adam, that's not a bad idea. I'd want to try and find, an absolutely just a brand new replacement slot. But if I can't, that might be a suitable option. Now, unfortunately, these are not as nearly documented as the actual Power Macs, so for all we know, these could have a fault or something that is common, but it's just not documented. All right, let's move some of these things out of the way. Give us some space. Yeah, I don't know if it's shorted against the case or what. I'm gonna take a look. Memory sockets. I see some gunk there. I don't know if that's. Let's see. I don't know what that is. See that? Piece of plastic. So these are the memory modules. Memory slots, rather. I'm not seeing anything that would jump out to me that there's a problem. And there is a rubber foot under there that would prevent it from touching anything, but who knows? I'm just taking a look under the board just to see if I could see anything obvious. There is some corrosion like by the power button, but I don't see any damage on this side unless I'm mistaken. I'll take a look under the microscope. So look at the CPU slots, I guess. Let's I have to get this wooden board out of the way because the board is so tall we can't focus on it with the microscope. So now the board is lopsided, so things are not going to be in focus. I'm just warning everybody now. Nothing I can do about that. Oh yeah, let's look at the memory module that I believe started smoking. Oh yeah, look at that. I think that got a little toasty. That's a shame. Hopefully it still works. Probably not. Maybe that one chip could be replaced. It's more like a controller chip. It's not like the memory chips, but yes, it is a PlayStation 3D monitor. As this used to be our spare television. Okay, so let's look at the CPU card slot. I mean, I guess there could be cracked solder, but I would not expect it, but I could replace the chip, but I mean, the memory is not causing the issue here. If I were to guess, there's something wrong with the CPU slot or something else. But let's see what we can do here. This is going to be at an angle, so it's going to be very hard to get good focus here, but I'm not seeing any that jump out as needing reflowing or anything like that, but you never know. That's some hair. That's nothing. This would be a pain to desolder. Oh my goodness. I'm going to look elsewhere on the front of the board. I'm just curious now. No, that's not that hair. Just a little, probably bunny hair, to be honest. Or just dust. I mean, the smallest piece of dust looks like a huge hair. So, yeah. Where did I put that darn scalpel? I did move it. Where did I put it? Where did it go? There it is. That is just the light reflecting. I wiggled around some of those, and they do not look like they are cracked. But I just want to look elsewhere on this board here. I've been focusing on really those two areas that we repaired, but I'm just curious if something else could be wrong here, and I'm not even looking at it. So. So I reflowed the solder on some of these pins, so I'm just touching these pins to see if they are still making a connection. I have some recent experience reflowing some of these pins thanks to a friend of mine who's a YouTuber who sent me something that needed looking at. I mean, these look horrible, they look nasty, but they look like they're making a connection, so I wouldn't... What's this? PowerPC parts for sale. Oh, this website looks familiar. I take a look at that. Let me add that to my bookmarks here. Oh, Michael. Okay. I wonder if that's a leaky cap or if it's just residue. I did order these caps just in case. It's probably residue from the flux. Yes, and Keith, as I said before, if someone wants to donate an M1 Mac Mini to the channel, I'll do that. But I don't have the funds to just go and buy one. You see, everything on this side looks pretty darn okay. Now, there was some corrosion on this memory module here. The second one, the one right by the CPU slot. You could see some of it made its way. Ooh, 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 boy. Okay, that explains why that memory module might have been smoking. Okay, note to self, do not use this memory module. Look at that. Oh, there's even some on here. Well, that's a shame. Yeah, this area was not ultrasonically clean because it couldn't fit that way in the cleaner. But it might have to now. And more parts go flying off the desk because this board is so freaking huge. Yeah, so let me draw a little X here. Do not use it. Yeah, one of these pins was probably touching the other and made something go zappity zap zap, and hopefully that 64 meg module can be saved. Who knows? Maybe one of these things on the memory slot is causing a problem. I have no clue. This thing is definitely going to go in the cleaner again. Let's look elsewhere here. I think these are the ROM chips on the board. Because we have a few of them here. Well, not those ones, I'm sorry. These bigger ones here. I like this. We have the power computing team's initials. If this board is so huge it won't fit on my desk here. But we have PCC team, Power Computing Corporation team. We have these fine folks who contributed to this board, or the product overall, etc. So that's pretty neat. Just seeing if I could spot anything else that's any pins touching something weird. That was something touching. Yeah, there's this like residue on here. And I've seen this on a few of these things. Yeah, I think this side of the board needs an ultrasonic clean too. It has not gotten it, so I think that needs it just as much as anything else. How do the PCI slots look? No corrosion there. That's good. Yeah, I believe these sharp chips, these are the ROMs, they're marked Apple. So there are 4 of them here. So instead of a ROM slot, they just put them directly on the board. Let's just check each one of these legs. Make sure they're actually stuck on there, because that would cause a problem, now wouldn't it? I know, this is so exciting. Alright, those 2 chips look okay. Those look okay. I don't think we're going to find anything here, because this side of the board generally looks fine. It could be there's the corrosion with the memory slot is just screwing things up, and the machine is just not booting because of that, but there's corrosion all over the board, so who knows exactly what the cause is. Is that a slash through those traces? You have to be more specific. I mean, these caps look okay too, so I don't even want to bother replacing them, especially since there may not be a problem with them. Where there may be a problem is these memory slots, especially this guy. My goodness. Ugh, that is just disgusting. At least the memory slots. Oh yeah, there was a little piece of metal right there that probably bridged the 2 pins, and that's probably what got that module all unhappy. That's a shame. No, we're not chucking anything. Oh wait, what's this over here? What's this over here? Something went on over here. Maybe. What is this? What the heck? They like glued a... Oh, there's some corrosion there. Or some old flux or what, but... They put a resistor right on this little thing. What the heck was that for? I think it's going to end up being like my Quadra board, where nothing really happens with it. It just sort of torments me. To the left of where it says U33. I don't think that's a scrape. Well, let's see. That could be something. Who knows? Eagle-eyed viewer. It's funny because I never really brought my scalpel to this area either, so... Yeah, the ultrasonic cleaner I have is a 15-liter one, but it really only holds like 10 liters of water, and I have to put this board in diagonally. And that looks okay. Yeah, I don't think that's causing any issues, but I don't see any holes or anything there. But that, I mean, it doesn't hurt to check. Yeah, this whole side I want to clean. I don't know what's going on here, but there's some like, I don't know what this is. This blue residue is in multiple areas of this board, especially between these pins. It's a little concerning. I don't know what that is. This thing sure did have a lot of use before I got to it, though. So, who knows what's going on? There's some lovely corrosion. That's on this little guy that connects to the ADB port, but that actually works fine because the mouse is moving. That's why I love when people say, I don't know what's wrong with it, but how long will it take you to fix it? It's like, well, I have to find out what's wrong with it first. And as you can see here, that ain't no picnic. We're just looking at things, seeing if anything looks weird and poking at it. That's all you basically do for hours on end. Hours and hours on end. I mean, we've been going here for almost 2.5 hours. Oh, Solar Strike, thank you very much. Eep! Appreciate the super chat there. Thank you very much for your support. It's greatly appreciated. Hopefully I didn't miss any comments. Sorry, the technical term is gunk. Scunge, or whatever Bruce likes to say. I need to get his definitions printed out. Yeah, it could be a number of things here. We're just scratching the surface, I'm sure, of what could potentially be going on here. I mean, this was very close to the battery. Oh, look at this. The heck are you? Some dust or something. I don't think that was conductive, though. A bunch of caps that aren't there, but that's normal. Nothing looks like it was broken off. I've replaced that cap. We actually get SCSI termination, so that's good. Let's see. None of these should really wobble. Is this actually connected to that, or is it just sort of hanging out there? That's sort of not connected there, so let's fix that. Oh, well, thank you very much for the likes. I appreciate that. It lets YouTube know that my channel doesn't suck as much as other channels do. At least that's a technical term. That's what I like to tell myself. Yeah, that's a little better. Yeah, I really don't know if there's much else I could do with this board, unfortunately. Let's make sure these are going all the places they should, I guess. Nobody's channel sucks. That's interesting. So this is supposed to this guy right here is supposed to go here. And all right, that is. Alright, so everything looks okay. If anybody downvoted Jay would be my first guess. But look at this lovely corroded these pins on this SCSI port. Ugh. Oh, look at this! That's lovely. This is from the that might have been causing something, who knows. This is from the cache slot. There's a nice little pin heading out in there. Just an acquired taste. Ugh, there's a lot of gunk in that port. I mean, thankfully there are 2 SCSI ports here. Although, look at all that. Ugh. And here's that cache slot again. Let's see, is there anything that looks terrible about... I mean, there's some green here. I mean, I don't like to see green on the board, but it looks like everything's connected. I watch Joe's channel too. You should all subscribe to Joe's Computer Museum and Mike's Mac Shack and Action Retro's channel and everybody else's. Because let's have a subscribe party. Come on. Party. I don't think that was very convincing. Sorry, I tried. Yes, Joe's board. Well, it's not. It's Javier's board, I believe. It's not actually Joe's, but the board Joe tried to fix is now in Australia. So it took. It hitched a bit of a ride on there with some other goodies, which is good. So hopefully Bruce can work his magic on it, because that board, I tell you, it's an interesting one. Yeah, I don't know what else to do with this guy right here. You guys want me to continue just endlessly poking at this board, or should we do something else fun? Because this is kind of not doing anything. At this point, we're just like, that's interesting. These traces are like, whee! They like go around, like this one goes up and then down and then up and then down. Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm gonna give it one more shot to boot. I'm gonna try and blow out some of the dust and the crud. Mute the microphone. Boy. Yeah, there's a lot of corrosion on the metal parts of this board. Probably is not good, but Oh well. Let me give it one more shot, huh? Give it the old try. Give it a go. Wouldn't it be funny if it was just like bad caps? I say that to myself as I die inside. No, I'm pretty sure it's that CPU slot among other things. Now, if I went through all the trouble of replacing the CPU slot and it still didn't work, I'd be a very upset little person. Very, very upset. Be like, what the hell? Whatever, that screw doesn't really fit, but it'll keep this from wobbling around. I enjoy a nice glow myself. Alright, so let's put a piece of tape over that memory module that we shouldn't use. That memory slot, rather. That's the bad one. And this is the one with the... No, that's all corroded. Let's use this little 16 meg IBM one. That's a good crunchy noise. That probably is not good, but anyway. Yeah, I wonder if like... I don't know. See, now I just start to think of all these things like, oh, do all these screws on the board have to be connected? Maybe there's a ground or some garbage. And who knows? Who knows? Yeah, I need more PC. I need like a bucket of PC screws because... these screws are not really fitting. They're too long. Or whatever. That one's all stripped. Anyway. Alright, let's get this show on the road, huh? So we got one slot of memory in there. Where's that SCSI cable? I believe I plugged in the zip drive to one of the SCSI buses. In fact, let me plug that in to this guy here. I'm just trying things now. I really have no clue what's going to happen. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have any change, but we shall see. Alright, so we got the G3 CPU in there, we got one memory module, we got the video card. Where's that power plug? There it is. Let's see if anything has changed. No chime, so we can give the CPU a bit of a wiggle. You just wiggle the CPU card. Got a nice healthy chime that time. Just a wee bit of corrosion and cleaning required. Yeah, I'm sure something's not making the right connection there. Just not helping. I'm just going to try populating both of the SCSI buses. You never know if there's some weird... I don't know. Just throwing anything out there at this point. Didn't even touch the CPU that time. Yep, I don't think it's going to do anything. That is unfortunate. Yes, I had two SCSI drives plugged in, the zip drive and the blue SCSI adapter. I tried with my SCSI 2 SD card before. There's a lot of corrosion on the case, but I think that was just because it was touching something. But oh boy. Well, I think that's it for this machine today. But I have other stuff to work on. I'm going to take a little break. I'll have to go freshen up. I will go grab a drink of water, and I will be back in a moment. So if you guys want to stick around, that'll be great. But I'm going to be right back in like 2 minutes. Okay, I see a good 10 of you jump ship. That's okay. So, there's a very dusty computer here. And what I'm going to do is show you this. I'm going to go upstairs, open the door, blow out all the dust because I do not want to be breathing this inside of the basement. But I want to show you how horribly dusty this poor Macintosh 2CI is. And this hard drive actually worked. We removed it and played around with it in another stream. It doesn't look that bad now. Let's take out the speaker here. That's pretty bad. This is just destroyed with dust. There's a huge dust bunny here. Just look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Disgusting. Yeah, so this is going to be brought outside to de-dust. See if we can get the is that screwed in? Wow. This is the first 2CI I've had that actually had the screw in there in a long time. Wow. Trying not to breathe right over this thing because I'm just going to breathe in all the dust. This was from the same person I got that Color Classic from that was covered in dust. And this was from an old office. They were just going to throw out these old machines. This guy's like, no, wait. I'll take them. Oh, my goodness. Now, these machines usually have problems with the startup circuit. So this will need a recapping, which is probably what I'll do next. If this doesn't look too bad. Take off my watch here. There we go. Oh, look at that. There's a ton of dust in this thing. This usually just pops right out. There we go. Oh, the battery's still in there. This plastic is actually very hard to crack. Oh my goodness. I bet this is 5 megabytes of memory. Calling it right now, I bet this is 5 megs. 11114. Oh yeah, we're gonna blow all the dust out of this thing. Let's look at watch. Let's get the camera closer here so you guys can actually see. Just look at all the dust in this thing. This has to be one of the dustiest computers I've ever seen. That's not the guy's fault who sold it to me. I mean, it was all old equipment and such. Serial number on the logic board is CY2136557. Just gonna get these clumps of dust off of the board into the trash. There's tons of dust around the caps. I bet those have leaked. Let's get the battery out of here because nobody wants that battery to harm this little computer here. I have enough dust from actual bunnies. I don't need this type of dust in my life. Oh, come on. Stupid little cover doesn't want to come off. Very surprised this didn't leak. Inorganic lithium battery. Size half AA, 3.6 volts. Is there a date on here? 1992. Well, you know what we got to do. Where's our battery tester? Where's that battery tester at? I want to... Let's see if this thing still has a charge in it. I'm very curious. Guess I could just use my multimeter. Yeah, I bet a lot of them have the same batteries. Negative 0.3 volts. I don't know how that's possible. But yeah, this battery is dead. Dead. Alright, this whole case is dusty too. So I'm going to take out the small parts here. This is just a little LED for the hard drive. That comes right out. And oh, this is disgusting. Don't cross the streams. It's an extraordinarily bad idea. Alright, yeah, this thing needs a good dusting. But look at how the dust is collecting on those caps. I bet those have all leaked. But we will see once we get all the dust out of this thing. I'm going to bring this outside. This is probably going to take me like a good 5 minutes or so. Let me adjust my be right back message so I could put some text over that. So people know I'm clearing out some dust bunnies. Alright. Yeah, there's a lot of dust bunnies here, and there's a lot of dust bunnies by that connector. So, I'm going to bring this upstairs. We're going to give this a good cleaning out. I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Might take me a little longer. Actually, let me unscrew this power supply while I'm down here. I think that's the only screw for the cover of this thing. Yep, there's one on the side too. This thing is just horribly dusty. I know it's off camera, but will this lid come off? Maybe? Or is that the whole assembly with the fan and everything? Not really sure. I've never really opened one of these power supplies before. I don't feel any hidden screws. Oh, I see. The fan is on clips. Oh, my fingers are just black with dust. Oh my goodness, you guys got to take a look at the inside of this. Oh my gosh. Look how dirty my fingers are just by opening this thing up. Oh my goodness. Yes, this is coming outside with me. That's gonna get a good clean out too. Yuck. I mean, look at the table's all covered in dust. You can't really see it. Well, I have to go dust elephants. Yeah. Oh boy. Alright, I'm going to be back in a little bit. I'm going to be dusting this, and then we're going to try and save this board. It does not deserve to be in this sad of a shape. It does not have the cache module, but that'll be okay, hopefully. But yeah, I'm gonna clean this out here. No, we're not blowing dust inside of the basement because I'm just gonna breathe that anyway. We have to go do that outside, and I don't have a phone set up or a camera set up outside, so we just have to do it this way. But I'll be right back. I'm just gonna clean out these dust bunnies. I'll be right back. Oh boy. That was a lot of dust. And I did you guys a favor. I recorded it. So, let me bring up my iMessage here. And let's see if we could show you some of the dust. Alright, let's see if we get this to work here. My goodness, that was a lot of dust. But it looks brand new now. It really does. Let's see. Just give me a moment to set this up. The wave music needs to be longer. Oh, it doesn't loop. Oh, sorry about that. I'll try to work on that. Okay. So which one is this one? This one. Alright, so here, you're in for a treat. And this is the power supply. Alright, so let's see how I could do this on OBS. Here for the clone, staying for the dust. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Alright, let's see how I could share this. Let's see. Oh, wait, that was the other video I was showing that one time. Hold on. So that's not the video I want to show. Let's change this. Load. Alright, so when I switch this over, you're going to probably hear a lot of dust being blown. Alright, here we go. Okay, so that was that. That was the main board there. And now let me show you the power supply, which was equally dusty. And it tries to escape on me. Oh, did my iPhone screw up? Yeah, probably does. Oh my goodness. Yes, that was a lot of dust. And that's why I wanted to do it outside. See? 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 Runaway PSU! And I think a piece of plastic fell out of it, but whatever. Alright, so there's a little dust on the table here, so I'm going to show you the items in a moment. Let me just... I think... yeah, there's the screws here. We want to get those back. Those are to hold the power supply in place. Those are kind of important. Very, very dust. Very dust. This is just the dust that fell off the power supply. Okay, so. Let me show you how it looks after cleaning. Look at that! You actually see the green of the board. Now, I will take this out because there are two areas, as I suspected. Look, that side is clean too. There are two areas which you could see there has been quite a significant amount of leakage. And the power supply looks almost new. So there's that. Now, one area is right by the sound slot. Those caps have certainly leaked, and we'll get a closer look at the microscope because this camera doesn't decide to focus today. And then the startup circuit looks all disgusting because the capacitors had definitely leaked over there. So, we are going to take a look under the microscope because we are about to recap this Macintosh 2CI. What do you guys say? You up for recapping? I'm up for recapping. Ugh. Yeah, we're getting these caps out of here. Because, look at that. That's why I don't want to turn anything on. That would have fried the poor thing, probably, if it wasn't already. Hey, Chris. So this is not your 2CI, but this is a similar one. But we're getting warmed up here. Maybe we'll have a double header. So yeah, this one was just dusty enough. We just cleaned this out. And let's leave the caps off. Now, this is by the startup circuit. Very important we clean that area. But look at by the sound here. Ooh. Yeah, that definitely leaked. That's disgusting. You thought it was the clone. Yeah, well, we spent about 3 hours with the clone and didn't make much progress. So we got a memory chip to smoke, though, so that was good. Cap has leaked. That's why all the dust is sticky in this area. I don't see any broken traces, so that's good at least. Yeah, the clone definitely is cleaner in some areas. So we're probably going to have to take these chips off. Scrub-a-dub-dub time. Actually, it looks it's cleaned up pretty good. This is the one to always be concerned about because it's right near 2 or 3 capacitors. This one we might have to take off, but we'll see. Oh yeah, there's always fibers left behind on my swabs, but not all the time. Now some people just say, oh, put the board in the dishwasher and just clean it up and the thing will boot up just fine. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that because the capacitors still need to be replaced. Cleaning the capacitors and the board and thinking, oh, you solved the problem is a bit like putting air in your tire that has a flat or a hole in it or is already leaking air. You're going to temporarily solve the problem if you temporarily do. And it just gives you a problem to deal with later on. So this is IPA. Yes, this is 99% isopropyl alcohol. It dries very quick and it's safe to use on logic boards. It doesn't have any of the yucky minerals that tap water would have or anything like that. Oh, look at all this disgusting dirt and grime that's being picked up around here. Someone stuck an SE30 ROM. Well, I guess they really wanted to do that. They could. Well, alright, we have another slight problem here. Oof. Yeah, this is by one of the sound chips, which is right near a cap. So again, we're going to have to give this a bit of a clean. is usually why people have sound issues, because the capacitors will leak right next to the sound chip, and it will distort or destroy or give you very low volume on the sound of these computers. So that's often why I pick up one of these. When I pick up one of these machines, I don't test it out right away. And I encourage you not to just blindly power on machines, because the battery could leak, the caps could leak, you could have corroded memory slots like that clone did, corroded CPU slots like the clone did. You never know. I mean, this honestly doesn't look too bad. No, this is a Macintosh 2 CX. We moved on from the clone. I should have started a new stream, but then probably more people would not be here right now. So, okay. Traces don't look bad, though. And I bet this thing has 5 megs of RAM in it, because it looks like there are 4 1 megabyte modules and 4 256K modules, and 5 megabytes of memory was a standard configuration for this unit. Don't worry, Adam. See you later. That's weird why they stuck it in there and didn't remove the jumper, but oh well. Okay, so this board actually isn't too bad, and I just got in some caps. Too bad to recap, that is. I just got in the caps I was missing. So that's good. Yeah, this one right by the power button is always fun, because it could cause the power button not to work or the startup circuit not to work. Well, thank you very much, Retrotech. Retrotechy. I'm very glad we brought you some enjoyment. Yes, this year sucked. Trust me. I know firsthand how sucky this year was. And I am glad to put on these streams to make everybody suck a little bit less. Sucking less is not a guarantee of Mac84's live streams. In fact, this board sucks more. Ba-dunch. Okay, so let's replace our tip here for our iron. And the first thing we're going to do is get these old caps off. So we're going to use our what are we going to use here? Our heat gun here. So let me position that here. And get my chair positioned correctly. Well, Luke, I'm glad you were able to catch me live today. I know I have weird hours. I don't really announce them. I just do when I want to. I just do when I want to. Alright, so these caps will hopefully come off easily. There are 3 in a row. Just getting a wee bit of flux to these just to convince them to come off nice and quietly. Bunch of cables all sitting on top of this, whatever. Doesn't matter. Where's the other tweezers I had? The good tweezers. I need the good tweezers. I guess we could use the crummy ones. Doesn't matter. Oh, this one stinks already. Yeah, these are going to be smelly, I could tell. Let me try and get a better position on this. Oof. Yeah, that smells. Oh, yeah, used fish. These little ones usually are not too bad. And we need a piece of metal here. Do I still have one on the desk? I don't. Let that cool down there for a second. Alright, so those caps have been removed. Doesn't look too bad under there. We'll clean that up in a bit. There is one cap up here we got to remove, which looks horrible. And then we have the 4 over here. And then that's it. This is really not bad. The axials I'll probably leave on the board. If we have problems, I'll replace them. But they usually don't go bad. If I'm doing it for a client, I'll replace them. But this is my board, so I don't really mind. So I'm gonna just put some flux on the tip of these caps here. Okay. I had a bunch of those metal things I use. Here they are. I was using them on another stream because I don't want that to melt the plastic there. So I'm going to put some of that heat-resistant tape I got. So we're just going to put some of this heat-resistant tape there, hoping that it helps save that plastic right next to that port. Fire up the heat gun again. Did I even put any flux there? I thought I did. It's not that they last longer. I think it's just that they typically do not fail as easily as these guys do. So if, like I said, if I'm doing a repair for a client, I will remove them. But if I'm just working on my own board, I tend not to, unless they're causing a problem. This feels like it's gonna pop. Whoa! Thankfully, that popped. Okay, so this is how that cap popped. I want to explain this because it was nasty. So here's the capacitor. I believe this is like the metal tip here, and this is the base. It went like this, and it went whoosh, and a huge puff of smoke went that way. Thankfully, it wasn't on me, or I would have gotten hot cap juice all over me. Ugh. Yeah, there's a very real danger with that on these boards. But let's see. How'd this fare here? That's good. It's not bad. All right. Okay, so 5 more caps to go. This one looks nasty. Yeah, you heard it go because it was right next to the microphone. I don't have any reservations of this thing not working at all. I think it's going to work great. It doesn't look like it's going to have any issues. I don't see any bad traces or anything. We just have some nasty caps that have to be ridden from this board. And I think once that's done, we'll be in good shape. This cap definitely wants to pop. I'm not going to give it the satisfaction. I'm going to take my scalpel here. You can't see it, sorry. I'm going to take my scalpel here, and I'm just going to cut into the bottom of this. So when it starts to puff up and stuff, it'll leak its electrolytic fluid, but it won't pop. This does not want to go, does it? Come on. I got that side. Whoop. It did a bit of a pop, but nothing too bad. Yeah, that looks nasty. Alright, so, on to the fun ones here. Yes, I think I activated all of their self-destruct mode, Chris. Who knows, if this one's too easy, Chris, we'll start with your board. How about that? Oh, boy. No popping for you. Yeah. Hey, Bruce, welcome to the channel. These are poppers here, so we're just poking into the bottom here, so you don't give them the satisfaction of popping. Not on my channel, man. So we're working on a Macintosh 2 CI because the clone, after 3 hours of work, did not want to do anything. Ooh, that's a smoker. There you go. So now we're just working on a Macintosh 2 CI that was disgusting inside. And let's take a quick break and show everybody just how dusty that was. Do you want to see how dusty that was again? Because that was a fun one. Yeah, let's show people how dusty this Macintosh 2 CI really was. Here we go. Yeah, that was a dusty one. Oof. Oof. So that's what we're doing back here now. Now we're taking the caps off. This board actually doesn't look too bad at all. Can you replace a 3-way SMD dispenser on a junk board just to see how you do it? Tried to keep melting the component. I'm trying to hold the heat to the transistor a tad too long. So you're probably talking about, let's see if there's an example on this board. One of these little guys? You talking about one of these? Genju? I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. We get a chime, Bruce, and we get a gray screen, but there's no Happy Mac, and the CPU slot is corroded. And so it doesn't really do much. I think I'm going to have to replace the whole CPU slot. I'm going to have to purchase one of your machines. So you're talking about one of these little areas here? Yes. Okay, so what I would suggest doing is fluxing the heck out of it. And I don't know if I really want to show you doing that, because I'm probably going to melt it. I would say flux the heck out of it. Maybe try and get some solder wick. And you know, release it on each side. I'll see if I have a junk board later on. I don't want to do it on this one. We have enough problems with this one as it is. But you shouldn't really have too many problems. I wouldn't necessarily use the heat gun for that. That might be where you run into some trouble. But we're going to show off Bruce's recapping guides in a moment, once we get all these nasty caps off. Oh, that one just smells awful. I know it's about to just like go... We have to diffuse these things. Nasty. Right before you arrived, Bruce, one of these just went off like a smoke bomb. It was horrible. Not enough room on this desk. Yes, thank you very much, Trina. This one just does not want to come out. So I'm using my heat gun at 425 degrees Celsius. I believe that's Celsius. I'll double check in a second. Hold on. Whoa! That was a... Oh, it took the pad off with it. No! Ah, we can fix it. I think it popped and my hand jerked it, and yeah, that pad is gone. But that's okay, we can fix that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and maybe it's too hot. Maybe that's why they're popping. Who knows? Maybe it's not. I'm not using the best iron, the best heat gun anyway. But got some little corrosive traces by the sound port. Don't look too bad, but that's... Oh, look, this poor chip had a lot of gunk on it. Nasty. My goodness. Alright, let's fix this up here. In fact, we could just run a wire, go wee, and attach it right here. See how fancy we want to get. We go boop, boop, and then make a little pad here. And that's where this capacitor will go. But first, we're going to need a recapping guide. And I might have a printed out one here for a Macintosh 2 CI, but let's see. And these are from my good friend Brankus Creations. Trina put a link in there before, but if you go to recapimac.com, my friend Bruce from Brankus Creations, he's also on YouTube, has an excellent, excellent, excellent website. Fantastic stuff on there. Includes recapping guides for pretty much every vintage Mac. Recently added the Macintosh LC3. So I don't have one printed out here, so we're just going to go to the website here. If I can find my mouse on the desk. It's the first 4-hour plus stream in a while. Alright, so we're going to go to Recap a Mac. Let's go here. Hi. And we're going to show... Whoops, wrong page. Wrong page again. There it is. This is Bruce's excellent site. He also sells SCSI 2 SD adapters for Australian customers. We're just going to go to Resources. And we're going to go and click on Macintosh 2 CI. So we have 4 different types of caps. We're not going to bother with the axial ones today. As Bruce says, and as I say as well, they generally do not need replacing, but we do need to replace the 47 microfarad and the 10 microfarad, both at 16 volt capacitors here, and that should hopefully get this board ready to go. So we're going to click on this, get a nice large image here, there we go, and that's all we need. So we're going to go back to our microscope here. And we're going to put this up on this screen here so we know which ones we're doing. Bruce is first class all the way. Which board is that's the is that the analog board, the PAV board? Or are you talking about the personality cards? I'm not familiar with that acronym. I probably used to be, but it's in the back of my head now. Let's see. Right here are the 47 microfarad caps, and here's the 10 microfarad caps. Excellent. Yeah, I don't think Bruce has the analog board. Yeah, I don't think Bruce has attempted those yet, so I don't think that's there. Is that? Oh, the iMac G3. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was saying that. Not the power supply next to the logic board. Yeah, I have not seen one of those myself. I have a bunch of iMacs, but I have not had the need to do that yet. So, unfortunately, I've not diagrammed that either. So, sorry about that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need 8 of these here. Okay, and the rest go back in the bag so I don't lose them. they go bad. Okay, well, wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who like to mod iMacs. I wouldn't be surprised if some of them are out there. I've just, have not seen one myself. And then we need 2 of these. Really? There are only 2? Because there were... Yeah, I guess there's only 2. Alright. I love when all the caps are in like a long strand like this. They're harder to replace. Harder to misplace, I should have said. When you're streaming for like 4 hours, you get a little loopy. That's the expensive PowerPC. Alright, so we got all the caps here. What I'm going to do first is fix this trace and this little pad that is missing here. So let's try and fix that up, huh? Put a wee bit of flux all around here. And I'm going to get this soldering iron turned on. Turn the heat gun off for now. And I'm going to get the solder wick here. And we're just gonna coat the exposed trace with some solder, just briefly. Bruce, you missed it. We found a corroded memory slot on the clone board, and we blew a nice little divot in unfortunately, a nice 64 megabyte RAM module. But hopefully, we could fix that because it's not the memory chip that's fried, but a little controller chip. So maybe we could fix that. But that was exciting. All right, so. Oops. Well, we could add more solder to that. That sort of whisked away all the solder that was supposed to be in there, but that's okay. How about that? Okay. Yeah, it's never a bad idea to add more cooling to those iMacs because, my goodness, do they get hot. Excellent. These tweezers suck, but let's see if we can find the other pair that have vanished off of my desk. There they are. So since this pad is completely gone, we're going to have to form a new one. And what I like to do is take the wire. Let me switch around my hands here. There we go. Now you guys can see that. I like to take the wire. I like to put some bends in it here. Should be bending it the other way, actually. You don't have to do exactly what I'm doing. I just like to do this. basically like to bend a little pad out of the wire. And then once you scrunch that together a little bit and fill it with solder, it's a pretty good pad replacement. No, we're working on the Macintosh 2CI that is full of dust. Sean, did you see the dust? I think everyone wants to see the dust again, because this thing was dusty. Let's show the dust again, because this is fun. Whoa! Look at that dust. Look at it go. It was dusty. It was really dusty. Dust. Dust powers activate. Yes, that was a dusty one. So now I'm just going to try and adhere this to this side of the board here, where some of the copper was exposed, well, some of the trace was exposed rather. Yeah, that's not going anywhere. That's great. Well, we'll fix that in a second, but yeah, that's pretty sturdy. It has a little too much solder on it, but it'll be fine just for this capacitor. Yeah, Sean and I were going to have a clone off, but my clone ain't doing nothing, so I have nothing to clone off about. Clone off! Clone off! I'm very excited about your clone, Sean. Be happy to see if you get any progress on that. Alright, so we're going to put our new cap on there. Make sure we don't touch anything nasty. We don't get any things touching that don't want to be, but I think we'll be okay. A clone off, you say? Yes, you did. I'm very jealous of your clones. Because yours work. And that ain't going anywhere. Yay! Alright, so let's clean up the pads on the rest of these. So the pads are still there, thankfully. These pads really aren't too bad on this one. Yeah, he has the weird pass-through adapter that you used to have to send away for as an optional thing. that allows you to plug in the video card into that slot, which is not at the right angle on that particular machine. So very, very cool. I wish I had one of those adapters. Not that I need it, but it's always fun to have these geeky things. Just happy other people enjoy this stuff because, geez, when I was growing up, everyone was like, why would you play around with that? That's dumb. Play sports like a normal person. Oh, memories. Don't worry, Bruce. I think we have some more recapping to do after this. Thanks for stopping by. Like to get all that crusty solder off of these pads. And one way to do that is by adding fresh solder. I know it seems counterintuitive, but it works. More like the iPhone 12 drawing. A drawing of an iPhone 12. See what I did there? That chip is a little crusty there. That would require my printer to work, and unfortunately my laser printer upstairs has stopped working. So I think a drawing would suffice. From an image writer, you say? Maybe. Alright, so this is a 4716, so while we clean that up, let's put fresh cap on there, huh? What do you say? What do you say? I say yes. Okay, let's go. Yeah, printers are not really my specialty. Alright, another happy little capacitor on the board there. And we have a few more to go here. So these are all 4716s. Meant to scrape this one off and I forgot. I keep grabbing the bad tweezers. Bad tweezers! You go over there now. I don't have 3 iPhone 4s. I have a lot of broken phones because my family used to be very bad at breaking screens and such. And so I have like an iPhone 5 like case, but then the whatchamacallit, the charging port is bad on it, so technically like it can work if I replace the charging board, but every spare phone has a problem. Even my spare phone, because currently use an iPhone 8 from 2017. I'm very much looking forward to upgrading when they release the next phone, whether it's to a 12 or that whatever new model they come out with. But yeah, I'm waiting. I see no reason to spend $1,000 on a phone when they're just going to come out with another one in probably like 3 or 4 months. Yeah, I'd like one with a nicer camera. I'd like one that doesn't freeze every 10 seconds, you know. The simple things in life. Let's give these a little bit of a nudge, make sure they're actually on there. Yep, alright, cool. So we have one more to put on there. And hopefully those startup circuit chips don't need to be removed. I guess we'll find out soon. Okay, so that's that side of the board done. Now we have 4 caps to do. On this side, actually I'm missing one, aren't I? It's supposed to be 8. Where'd the other one go? Let me just take a look. Oh yeah, by the power switch. That's where that one goes. So we have 5 more to do. The most I've repaired on my PlayStation 3 was to rip it apart, clean the heatsink. It temporarily worked because I had a backwards compatibility one. I backed up all my data and game saves to a newer PlayStation, the Slim model, which doesn't have as many problems. And that's the last time I've had to repair one, thankfully. I really don't play it that much anymore. I mean, I just wanted to basically transfer the games because I had some like Afterburner and stuff like that literally you can't buy anymore. So I was like, okay, let's save my stuff and then I'm good. Alright, that cleaned up pretty good. Sorry if I'm not paying as much attention to the chat. You can always super chat me if you really want my attention. I'm just trying to get through this repair here. Okay, that one's pretty good. Yeah, I think I have what, the 256 iPhone 8? whatever it is. I mean, it's plenty of space. Unfortunately, my iCloud is like 2 terabytes, and I'm running out of that. And it's like, I think that's the highest they offer. So, oops. Yeah, some crud there I gotta clean off. Get all that crud out of there. We don't want your crud on our board. Oh, look how shiny and pretty. And that's what we like to see. Nice, shiny, happy pads. There was only a puff of smoke. Only a puff of smoke. Alright, so we're putting the last few caps on here. Guess we could do these all at the same time. These might be a bit too large for what I'm used to. I should have ordered the small ones, but oh well. Yeah, but these smaller ones, you got to sort of trick it to get on there correctly. Got to sort of put it on the bottom, and while it's still molten and hot, push that cap down until the top pad is just barely visible. And I'm doing this at a very bad angle, so. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. You could buy smaller caps. That's usually what I do, but I guess I bought the wrong size. It happens. So there's hardly any space there. But that might be enough to do it. Flux certainly helps in these circumstances. That should be enough to join it. So let's just give that a little bit of a nudge. That's not going anywhere. These are all pretty good. All right, so I'm just going to clean this area a little bit. Oops, that's a lot, but whatever. Because these are the startup circuits, very, very important. They look pretty good, actually. But they are right next to those caps, which were leaking. I'm going to make sure everything is all happy. So. Oh, I remember pagers. I actually have a few pagers. I never used them. They were being tossed out at work, and I was like, "Dude, it looked cool," and so I took it. Okay, I'm just going to check the rest of the areas that we did before. And then we're going to give this guy a test. There's a cap we had to give a special leg to because the other one was lost in a valiant battle. Wouldn't be surprised if the sound does not work on this still. We might have to fix. I saw some like this. Let's see if I could focus this here. Yeah, little dots and such, and there were little areas solder balls here. Here, there are little things that were eaten away here on the board. But it doesn't look like it's a complete... Yeah, it's not eating it away fully. I should have gotten to that before I put that cap on, but... that should be okay. Alright, so I'm pretty confident that this is going to work. What do you guys think? Sorry that was out of focus. Oops. that was the thing going boom again. Alright. Oh boy. Oh, we didn't clean this speaker out. I guess I could do that manually and carefully. You guys think this is going to work? Yes? No? Maybe so? What do you guys think? Garth is like, maybe. Maybe. Okay, well, we have our very clean looking floppy drive. Put that back in. There goes the SCSI cable. Machine is pretty darn clean. We actually have the hard drive for this too, so we're going to reunite this system. Make it one big happy machine. Hopefully. This fan could use a little bit of dusting here. Just the individual blades. Okay, and this just slides right in. I forget which way it goes. I think it goes this way. Sorry, just trying to figure this out. Oh, I see. So this fan is actually interesting. Jeez. Waste more alcohol, why don't you, Steven? This fan is interesting. It goes back in sort of on a track. So if you put it in correctly, like that, it just snaps back down like that. Slot loading fans. Alright, so let's put that back in. Just let it rest there for a second. Let's put this back in there. Actually, it would help if we put all the cables and junk back in. Some of them have dust on there. I didn't dust off the cables. Just the power cable for the hard drive. We need that. The floppy has its cable already in there. Now, we did test the hard drive the other day. And that is right here. This is a 230 megabyte hard drive. Still works. So we're going to put that back in this nice little caddy. Let's see. Does that go in? Yeah. And then we have the LED. Where'd the LED go? Here it is. This is the activity LED for the Macintosh 2CI here. Hopefully something wants to work today, huh? Alright, and then we had a very short SCSI cable that I was using for other projects. It should be still around these parts somewhere. Oi! Here it is. Actually, no, there was another. Here it is. Here's the SCSI cable. Here's the SCSI cable, the original one. Put that into the board. Okay. And this little cable, whoopsie, this little cable here is a floppy drive cable. We're going to put that in the board as well. So I'm just going to reassemble this. Sorry. Take that out first. Plug the hard drive power in. Plug the SCSI data cable in to the hard drive. Now we just need the power supply in. I think this thing is ready to go. That looks a lot better than it did before. Yeah, it's a mess, but what are you gonna do? Oh, that's right. There are two of these screws that should be plugged into the power supply, and if I don't put them back in now, I'm going to forget they're there, and then they'll never be reunited. Don't worry. I am not streaming tomorrow, or probably for the rest of the week, because I have cleaning and organization stuff to do. So, we'll see if I actually do that, huh? And it's because whenever I sit here, it's when I'm streaming. I hardly ever, like, do other stuff. So it's like, okay, time to go upstairs and not do this. And, yeah. And that pesky work getting in the way. Blah. Alright, here's the speaker. All right. So, you guys think it'll chime? Hopefully it will. I have that VGA cord somewhere here. Here it is. And I have that adapter for the video port somewhere on this mess of a desk. Somewhere. Here it is. Wink. That's not it. This one should work though. Alright, so we're going to plug that into the built-in video out. That hard drive activity light back where it belongs. We'll get our keyboard and our mouse. Alright, let's see what happens, guys. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. It chimed. Let's see if we get any video out. These are always a little picky with their video. And of course, this adapter doesn't want to plug in, does it? I hear it booting. I hear it booting, but we don't get anything on the screen. Let's try this adapter here. Yeah, the clone wasn't really doing anything, so we decided to move on. Yeah, we're not getting any video out from this thing. Which is a pain because a shame because it's booting. You just can't see it. I can hear it though. I can hear it booting right up. So that's fantastic. Let's see if I have to wiggle any of these dip switches the other way. 640 by 480. A, 1, 2, and B7. Okay. Maybe. No. Let's try getting rid of that. I saw a flash of video on the screen. Hey, there we go. I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm so excited. It's booting from its original hard drive. This is fantastic. I'm a happy Mac. Look at that go. Oh, it's nice to get a win, isn't it? It's a little silly, but okay. Oh, this used to have a Daystar accelerator in it also. Darn it. Oh no, wait, this was maybe the hard drive from the Color Classic? Was it? No, this is the hard drive from this one because it has the bracket. Yeah, the guy who sold me this AOL schedule. Yeah, the guy who sold me this had parts of it, but let's fix that color issue. Here we go. It's Mike's hard drive again. Oh, wow. 32 megs of memory. Holy crap. I was wrong. I'm happily wrong. Wait, virtual memory isn't on, right? 32 megs. Holy crap. Of course, the M key does not want to work. Oh, virtual memory is off. Holy crap. That's a nice machine. 32 megs. Yes, this is the naughty hard drive. Wow. Oh, this is cool. This is really cool. Yes, this has no PRAM battery, so that's why it defaulted to black and white. But, wow. Let's log into AOL. Yeah, 32 megs. This is fantastic. Yeah, something is confusing here. Because you got plenty of memory, dude. Got 32 megabytes. Holy crap. Turn on the toasters. Yes, sir. Let's see. We got flying toasters. Here we go. We need maximum volume and a ton of toasters. There they go. I'm just so happy right now. Aw, it's all happy. It sucks that the Daystar card was not in here, because that's probably what was in that cache slot. But I do have a regular 2CI cache slot somewhere that I could put in here. But oh, that's nice. This thing's working like a champ. All it needed was some new caps. This is another one of my favorites. Fish. I love it. So what do you guys say? Should I call it quits for today, or should I tackle Chris's Macintosh 2 machine, huh? Or the 2CI or whatever his is, 2CI or 2CX. Should I call it quits or what? More. You guys want more? Okay. I think they're going to tackle another one. Why not? Let's go. Let's see if we could fix Chris's machine. Down the drain. Oh no! Alright, well you guys are going to enjoy Can of Worms for a little bit while I go fetch the other machine. How about that? Thanks, Mike. Oh boy. Alright, Chris, here is your Macintosh 2CI. Now remind me, Chris, does this work? I'm seeing some pretty nasty corrosion around the caps. Does this work, or you were having problems with it? Please refresh my memory. Does this have rock, paper, scissors? I don't know. Nah, it doesn't seem to. After Dark 2.0. Registered to Michael Polak and Frank Polak and Polak. Okay. Will power on or not? Okay. Sounds like bad caps in the startup circuit. So, let's bid a fond farewell to this little Mac. Oh, I always like doing this. Well, let's make a new folder and say recapped. May, what's today? The 30th, 2021. Let's shut her down. Bye, little Macintosh 2CI. move that Macintosh 2CI off the bench. And grab another one. No sound or video. Okay, well, no worries. We're going to take a look. I'm not even going to bother turning it on. Your cache card has some corrosion on it. Right from the start, Chris, I'm noticing that. We'll show you under the microscope here so everybody can see. So this is the cache card that was shipped with most of the machines for a period of time. And we could see nasty corrosion. The rest of that looks okay. This does have two caps that we will have to remove. I think I have those in stock. If not, we'll wait for another day, but I'm going to move that cache card over there. Same procedure. Let's switch the cameras back over here. Same procedure for removing the stuff out of this machine. Sorry for the mess, but this still has a screw in it as well, so we're going to have to... You ever do any service on this machine before, Chris, or was the original PRAM battery still hiding under this floppy drive here? Oh yeah, those startup circuits look like they're a bit sad. Alright, so it has a new PRAM battery, good. Alright, so we're going to put that power supply to the right of us for now. Remove that speaker, put it with the power supply. Disconnect all the cables here. Floppy drive cable is always a pain to remove. It's so short. Yeah, the board looks pretty nasty around that area, so we're going to give that a good cleaning. Should just slide out for us, and it does. We'll leave that power cable in there, and we'll move this keyboard and mouse out of the way. We won't need that for another half hour or so, and after this I'm probably going to call it quits because it's my Sunday too. But it's very interesting to see this board because we have a lot of the same gunk that we had in the other one, especially around this area. These three caps have leaked and made that sound port all gooey with dust. And then over here, the startup circuit area needs some attention as well. So we're going to take a look at this under the microscope and see if we could find out exactly what the cause of these problems are. I should rename this stream to Macintosh 2CI stream, but whatever. Oh, yeah. Yeah, those look pretty crusty. It's pretty nasty too. And let's look by the sound. Oof. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Let's get to it, huh? Oh, that poor Quadra. Daddy wants you to work one day, please. 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 So I'm just cleaning the area around these caps. Makes it easier for me to work on them. I'll need to clean these again, but pretty nasty. We have what looks like a solder ball or some gunk between that sound chip. Yeah, it's some old solder. Wouldn't be surprised if this needs an ultrasonic cleaner to get working again. Might just be gunk. Yeah, it's just gunk. Oh, yeah, a lot of gunk in there. Not seeing anything too hard yet, but we could be surprised. Let's get rid of these nasty caps, huh? Oops, a little too much. That's all right. These poor chips always take a beating when these caps leak. On the Macintosh 2 Ci. I see some potential problems with this chip, but we'll get to that in a second. This has some bad traces. Look at that. That's why the power ain't working. Let's get these bad caps off, and then Chris will show you exactly why some of these issues are occurring with this board, because we got some nasty traces around here. So let's get to that. First, let's take some tape here. I got the 2Ci working, but the other Macintosh clone, no, that did not want to work correctly. So we cut our losses. I was sort of tired of looking at it. And started work on other things. Like this little guy. Alright, so where did I put that piece of metal? That was hanging out here. Wherefore art thou, PCI card slot cover? It's somewhere. It is somewhere. Oh, come on. Oh, boy. It went somewhere. I don't know where it went. You have an IBM 360 Model 30, and it has a wire, and I wasn't sure it had damage before. I've had it for a while, but are there any symptoms of that machine to lead you to believe that it is damaged, or are you just guessing? Oh boy. Sorry, just checking to see where that little thing went because I needed to block off the heat. Might have fell on down on the ground here. And I might be stepping on it. Nope. Nope. Well, it had to have gone somewhere. Oh, let me stand up. Sorry for the crotch shot. You don't need to see that. Oh, here it is. Yep. Found it. Sorry, you're staring at my pants the entire time. Alright, so let's just add a dab of flux here. I'm going to do that to these caps as well. You mean an AUI network port? Or AAUI? Oh, these are stinky. I'm going to have to diffuse these also. Jeez. That's disgusting. Yeah, the little ones usually aren't a problem. It's the big ones here that usually tend to cause issues. Oof. Stinky, 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 stinky. Sorry, let me read the chat here. Did you try cleaning the head of the... Oh, you cleaned it and lubed it and cleaned the heads. No, sometimes the caps need to be replaced too. As for which case... I haven't had to repair a floppy drive yet, Garth. Otherwise, I'd have more experience for you. Bruce may know, but Bruce is not here at the moment. Yes, so White Spy, for your Classic 2, there's... do I have a Classic 2? Yes, I do, right here. You're in luck, sir. Let me give you a very, very, very quick detour here. Here's a Classic 2. First off, you want to make sure this chip here, located on the top right corner, like here's the sound in the microphone port, right here. Go a bit south of that. This chip is very important. The machine will not start up without this chip being functional. Sometimes there's a bodge wire connected here, going all the way to the Eagle chip. That's this VLSI chip located over here, above the memory slots. And as far as the sound not working, that is usually this cluster of happy chips here. I will warn you, White Spy, this is the warning. If this is your first time attempting to recap a vintage Macintosh machine, I advise you to stop right now. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I advise you to stop right now, practice on junk, like an old VCR or something like that. These boards, especially with the close consolidation of the caps in this area and in this area, are very, very easy to just rip the pads off and destroy, the traces there. So unless you are comfortable with working on a machine of this age, and unless you have plenty of flux, you have plenty of leaded solder, not unleaded solder, you have a very hot iron, and you have some solder wick and all that stuff, you gotta be very careful. Otherwise, you can be very, very easily running into some issues. As far as what caps to buy, if you go to recapamac.com, I'm going to put a link in the chat here. If you go to the Classic 2, now there are two revisions. There are two revisions of the Classic 2. One with 4 ROM slots, one with 2. ROMs on there, not ROM slots. I don't know which one you have, but depending on that, you will need different capacitors. So I'm going to link you to recapamac.com. Yes, I would strongly advise you to do that, only because I just went through this with somebody with a Macintosh LC. I warned them ahead of time, be very, very careful, and they ended up ripping some pads. And it's not anyone's fault. This stuff could be very delicate, especially the classic boards. I find can be extremely delicate. There's a solder kit on Amazon. Let me try and find the link to that. There's like a practice solder kit. If this keyboard wants to reach over here. Sorry for the detour, guys. Yeah, here it is. This is not the exact one you have to buy. I'm just giving you an example here. I'm pasting it in the chat, and the link is way too long. Hold on. So that is a practice solder kit. Very good at testing your skills. There's a lot of little SMB components here, SMT components here. Yeah, it's something to play around with. I don't think that board necessarily does anything, but yeah. Yeah, no worries. I'm very glad you asked, because I really hate when we lose some of these boards to things that could be avoided. And I'm not saying the people that have tried are necessarily bad at this stuff. I'm just simply saying these old Macintosh boards can be very, very delicate, and you really need to watch it, because it's very easy to lift a pad. I've done it before. It's very easy to damage things, and it's just one of those things that it's very easy to screw things up. So if you have some SMD soldering skills under your belt before you attempt your repair, that's the way to do it. And if you have any questions about the caps you should purchase, let me know how many ROM sockets your Macintosh 2 has, your Classic 2 has. This has 4. See these? This has 4. If you only have 2, let me know. Either way, just go to email me, Mac84TV, as in television, Mac84TV@gmail.com. Again, that's Mac84TV@gmail.com. If you have any questions about your Classic 2, I'd be more than happy to guide you in the right direction. Okay, we have a solder ball sticking under there, and get that out. Bruce is back! So we have another Macintosh 2CI, Bruce. The other one worked perfectly. Booted up from the original hard drive and everything. So this one needs some more love and attention. Unfortunately, we have some damaged traces here. This is our friend in the chat, CT1660, otherwise known as Chris. We have some bad traces there. Ugh. No wonder this thing would sometimes start up and sometimes not. So we remove the caps from this area. I'm going to scrub the heck out of this before we do anything else. Much better. Yes, I would watch Bruce's video on discharging a CRT. Not that you really have to do it on those machines. I would get your Torx 15 screwdriver. I would open up that Classic 2 as soon as you can and make sure to remove that battery from that board, because the battery is going to cause you issues if it's leaking. Again, email me, mac84tv@gmail.com, if you have any questions. All right, let's look at some of this crud here. Yeah, that's not fun. So this trace still has copper under it. Okay, and this trace here. Still has copper. Oh. Yeah, the reason I'm not fixing these just this second, but I'm just scraping these away to remind me of where they are. So when I come back, I can see, and all this black stuff and the corrosion, this is caused by leaking capacitors. And, you know, damp weather, corrosion, all this stuff. Unfortunately, I think these chips may have to come off. There is just too much gunk between the legs of these. At least this one. Oddly enough, this one is the one I usually find to be problematic, but they both may need to come off. Especially with the traces that are damaged under there. There are traces that are under here that may be damaged, but we'll come back to those in a moment. Oh, nice, a Farallon network card. Excellent. Yeah, that's true. Sounds like a network card for Macintosh SE30. Fantastic. All right, so let's get these caps off here. Actually, we'll start with this guy right over here. Yeah, I saw that. That's a weird thing. Oh, well, thank you, Garth. I greatly appreciate that. It's the same practice board where you melted the transistors. Well, at least you practiced. That's good. Sure, Mike. I'll look at your board. We'll do that after this. This is Mac84 Memorial Day Marathon, whatever the heck. If I feel up to it. Will the cap explode? No, that one was, it went quietly. Oof. Alright, so we're gonna clean that up. Oh yeah, under this chip is all lovely too. I think this will definitely benefit from an ultrasonic cleaning. It's amazing how two different machines from the same era have a completely different look to them when you look up close. Yeah, so Garth had a question, Bruce, about floppy drives. She cleaned it and lubed it and everything, and it's still having problems. Any experience with that would be greatly appreciated to point them in the right direction. Let's get these caps off of here. Whoop, that one just slid right off. It was already gone. I wasn't trying to push it off. I was just trying to stab it in the side because I was puffing up. But yeah, sometimes the solder of these will actually be loose, but the corrosive gunk on them will keep them sticking to the board. Hot. Hold on, I have a tangle of wires here. Let me adjust this. There we go. Well, that sounds like fun, Bruce. And you're saying it's a nightmare to do. Oof. Oh, this one smells. Okay, that's all the ticking time bombs off the board. Yay! Oh, Marathon. Fantastic games. My goodness. I have the CDs somewhere, not the boxes, but it looks like we have a broken trace. This is on the sound, and it's not broken, it's nearly. Should be able to fix that. So what I'm going to do is just get a big solder ball on my soldering iron and try and just clean up these areas here. Yes, Bruce is fantastic. He has an excellent YouTube channel. Check out Brankus Creations on YouTube. He also has a great website, recapofmac.com, where I get all my recapping guides from. There's a lot of recapping guides out there. Some of them are just absolutely... well, they're just poorly done. Bruce does a fantastic job of them, so check him out for sure. Alright, so and get all this old solder off of this board. Putting fresh solder down just to get away all the grime and gunk. I'm just hovering my iron over this. I'm not pushing too hard. I don't want to destroy the pads or anything like that. Just trying to clean them up and make sure the new solder, with the new capacitors, we'll get right onto it. Alright, there we go. See you later, Thomas. Thank you for stopping by. All the liquid I keep squirting on, yes, that is flux. Sometimes you could get flux in like a paste. I have it in a thick of a liquid type form. And it just really helps you have the solder stick to where it has to and just control it in a nice way. Now I'm just using a solder wick and I'm just soaking up all the excess solder. It's a mix of the new solder and the cruddy solder. I know it seems wasteful, but I have like a pound of solder on my desk, so not too worried about it. And it just makes putting on these new caps so much easier that it's well worth it. Now we got to clean up this board. There's some little things I got to scrape away here, especially in this area. Oh boy, Chris, this board has some surprises, doesn't it? Really just trying to get all the gunk out of these chips. Reduce the amount of chips I have to take off the board, because that takes a lot of time. And if I'm doing a recap, usually I will have to charge extra if I'm taking chips off the board, if I'm doing intense trace repair and stuff like that. I'm just doing minor things. I'm not going to nickel and dime you. That's not how I am. But if it's, I mean, unfortunately, it's very rare that it's just a simple recapping and off you go, like that other 2CI we did. Very, very rare. Yes, I did. Chris, thank you very much. I did get that. I actually messaged the eBay seller, and I think they gave me the same exact photo you got. So thank you very much. I'm going to have to find a suitable adapter for myself. Hopefully that'll solve the problem that I was having with that. solder balls out. Alright, so let's get back to this area here. Yes, I'm using leaded solder. I used to use unleaded solder, and it explained a lot of why I had so much trouble just getting basic things done. It really depends on your preference and the projects you're working on, etc. Just for me, I found that when I was talking to my friend Bruce, and he's like, oh yeah, you got to use leaded solder. I'm like, really? And then I looked into it, and like, hey, wow, this helps me a lot. So, yeah, this needs some more cleaning here. So again, I'm just taking a big bead of solder here. I already have some flux on the board. Oh, this smells nasty. You could still taste the capacitors. I could taste them at least, and it's not fun. My goodness. Oh, why don't I have my fan on? Yeah, who's making fish? Nasty fish. Bad fish. Rotten fish. My goodness, we're almost at 6 hours. I'll fix that up later. Yes, we're actually just complimenting the heck out of you, Bruce. Where were you? No wonder his ears were burning. Sorry, you can't see my face, and the microscope's in the way, but we're just working at a weird angle here. This board is definitely going to need an ultrasonic cleaning, because there's just crust and crud all over this. Well, thank you very much, Logan. Appreciate it. I think you should change your channel name to Logan's CTA, Crazy Tech Adventures. Huh? That's pretty original. I know you're sort of mulling over your change there, but just throwing my opinion into the hat there. Logan's Tech Adventures. I mean, who reviews anything anymore, honestly? I mean, just take that out of there. Adventure. Adventures. Oh, yes. Hey, you're the one that designed the AUI to AUI adapter. Very cool. Francois, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I apologize. I am terrible at that. But I've seen the work you've done, and that looks very cool. Yeah, go check that out. There's more and more of these network adapters that don't have Ethernet on them, and having that adapter helps you a lot. So very, very cool. Hello to all 50 of you still watching. I know we're not working on a clone anymore. We're working on a Macintosh 2 CI. That's because we have to. This has been sitting on my bench for a while to get ready for my friend Chris here. He also gave me a Macintosh portable to fix up, but I have to do a lot of research on that. I have to order the caps for it. This one, I already have the all the things ready to do it, so I figured let me get this out of the way. This has a lot of nastiness here. Some traces that are just being eaten away. Oh, that's great, Chris. Glad to hear that. Yeah, it's annoying to find one that works, but when you do, that's great. All this crap just right under this. I'll scrape all that away. That's probably causing some issues when you can't get as much power down this rail as was originally designed, because there's all this corrosion here. That's what these little black bits are. So we're scraping as much of that away as we can. Some nice fresh solder on it. Well, thank you very much, Scarlet Swordfish. Eep! Whenever somebody gives us a super chat here, we give you an eep, and thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. Oh, weird hot plug to deck bug. That does not sound like fun. It is very crazy, Chris. All the time I get comments from my clients, oh, it looks fine, and then I show them under the microscope and they're like, I can't believe it looked like that. Did you touch it? I'm like, no. It's just, you know, how these things are, unfortunately. think I'm going to have to take this chip off. It looks like it's the worst out of them. So let's show you guys how we do that. We put some flux on it. We get the heat gun. Look at all that crud bubble. Now we can see exactly what was going on underneath. Looks like we may have to touch up some things here. I'm not sure yet. Let's see. Eep! Whack! I don't think there were any broken traces there, but it definitely didn't look pretty. Exactly. What's hiding under a chip may surprise you. Eep! Whack! And look at how pretty that is. Yeah, so I don't see anything that's too problematic. I'm gonna get the multimeter here just to confirm. It would help if I could reach the darn thing. Chair is always rolling over things. Okay, I think we're okay to put that chip back on. And so what I'm going to do is just check the orientation of that chip. I'm rewatching my own video. Really? Why don't it want to work? Come on. Oh, it didn't process yet, did it? Oh, you darn thing. Let's see if it wants to work. I can actually just check on the other 2CI if I really need to. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, the bit with the point is pointing that way, so it should be okay. Yeah, let's stop that. Oh yeah, load error occurred, blah 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 blah. Thanks YouTube, appreciate it. Yeah, it seems I can't rewind my own stream, but whatever. So I believe that'll just go right there with that notch facing the stripe, just like the line in the others. I am going to clean up the contacts on this just a little bit. It doesn't look too horrible, but where'd that go? Here it is. We're just going to scrub this little chip. Thank you, Chris, for confirming that. And there's some gunks, but little gunky bits between the legs here. Get rid of as much of that as we can. Anybody joining us now is like, where's the Macintosh clone? Those of you who are veterans who've been here for the whole time know the score. Poor Macintosh clone. We miss you. There, that good? No. I'm gonna fix that. So when it comes to these chips, you want to put down one pin and anchor it, and then continue with the rest. So and if you have enough flux on the board, you could usually do a little bit of a drag solder like this, where you just go from point to point, and the flux just helps you not bridge anything. But I would not recommend that unless you've been doing this for a while. Yeah, that's hey, that'll be cool, Chris. You know, obviously if you find any clones, rescue them. But if you find any machines with a similar processor slot, That'd be greatly appreciated. You know, steal the memory and the processor and whatever you can. I mean, give me the whole machine. I don't mind. I don't think I could work in a place where you do, Chris, because my house would just be... I'd be being like, I'll just buy this machine. I'll just buy this machine. I mean, I'm sure you can't do that. I mean, well, you'd probably go broke. I would go broke. Anyone would go broke. But it's just tempting of like, oh, that's cool, it works. Oh, that's cool, it works. But I know you do save the really cool stuff. And I appreciate that. More people need to do what you do. All right. So we just have to fix up some traces here. Yeah?
Are you streaming?
Yes, I am. What's up?
Dinner's gonna be done.
Okay, I'll finish up soon. My dinner will be ready soon. Thanks to my lovely wife. So I will have to speed up here. Try and get this going because I am hungry. I've been going for, my goodness, almost 6 hours here. Oh yeah, the portable. That was a good one. And this will need some UV solder mask and some other cleanup and stuff like that. I'm sure it will. But, just cleaning up the pads here. Should be okay. Here we're going to take a little bit of a look here. That nasty solder ball out of the way. I will, Trina. Thank you. Once rescued a pair of color classics and a 17-inch blue and white studio display from the IIci certificate. They didn't let me take the stuff. Oh. Oh, but you knew where they were by the dumpster. Ah. Oh, perfect. Perfect, Rich Files. Oh, that's amazing. That is fan-freaking-tastic. Yeah, I think what we're gonna do is there'll be a separate stream next week or whenever with the 5500 because Mike has one. Well, his is a LC 520, but it's still a 500, 5000 series, whatever you want to call it. I will eat very soon. Do not worry. Do not worry. I'm just going to be responding to less of you as I speed this up. And if this doesn't chime, it will be likely because of these circuits right here. They might need more work. But let's start putting some caps on. Where'd I put that bag? Bag of the caps. Bag of the... Where the heck did they go? Darn it. I had them here. Oh, boy. Shoot. Where'd those caps go? Two big honking bags of caps. There they are. Bunch of delicious veggies. That's what's for dinner. And we need, I believe, 8 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no software updates for Tiger, huh? Tiger's a heck of an operating system. I absolutely love it. Okay, so let's put some flux here. And some flux here. And put those 2 caps into place. This one goes... that. Go. All right, and then we have these others. I didn't put any flux on there because I'm a silly person. Flux, 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 flux. All right, let's get this going here. Again, those caps just fit right on the pad, so you have to be a little creative of how to get those to stick. Need to put this other one over there. Alright, that's all steady there. Let's swap this board around. Snow Leopard is great. System 7 is great. All flavors of System 7. They are delicious. .6 is also another fantastic operating system. One of my favorites, and I know a lot of people have that favorite as well. We gotta scrub this cap here. I'm losing everything today. Where'd my solder wood go? Darn it. Yeah, 8.6 is really the way to go, unless you really have an application or something that will not run on it. That's my go-to as well. Oh, this is disgusting. I mean, that chip looks a little nasty, but I think in the ultrasonic it will clean up fine. Again, sir, I'm not paying attention to the chat, just trying to get this done pretty quickly here, so I can go eat. Me hungry. Okay, that's not going anywhere. Four more caps to go. This is speed recapping. Okay, 3 more to go. All right, I think it's time to test this. What do you guys say? Okay, so let me just take a look at this, make sure all the polarities are correct. Yes, 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 yes. Let's just give this a good clean. All right. Let's get a Q-tip or two just to clean this up. Let's switch views here. So what do you guys think? Do you think this one's going to be as lucky as the other? Do you think it's going to boot right up? What do you say? What do you say? Positive vibes. That's what I like to hear, Bruce. Oh, we had some dust bunnies in there, but nothing like the other dust bunnies. Put this board back in. Put in our power cable. Put in our speaker. Put in our power supply. Well, we want to do it last, actually. Put in our hard drive and our floppy drive. everything in. Now, Chris, I assume the hard drive works? Or do you not know? Plug the hard drive power in. These machines are a dream to work on. As far as taking them apart. All right. Who's being rude? Who's being rude? So this is the second 2CI. This is Chris's machine. Chris is in the chat as CT1660. And he said this machine had issues before. So if this doesn't work, it means we have to take off some of those startup circuit chips and take a better look at that, which we'll be doing at another time because I have to go eat. I'm hungry. But we're going to give it a shot here. We have our proper video adapter. Let's switch to that VGA capture mode. And moment of truth, guys. Here we go. It booted. No chime, but it booted. Yep, you get a picture. You get a mouse. And it's booting! How about that? I'm going to make sure that the sound works. We might have to replace some of the traces near the sound chip there. That booted pretty damn quick for a hard drive. Yeah, the speaker's plugged in. Let's go to control panel. Yep, sound needs some adjustment, but that was where we saw a lot of damage. So I might have to take one of those chips off. I was kind of expecting that, but that's okay. The system boots up. That's fantastic. Let's see what date it thinks it is. I mean, well, how much memory is in it, rather. So we have 5 megabytes of memory. That's pretty stock for a 2CI. Fantastic. Although your choice of desktop pattern there is making me dizzy, Chris. But so that's pretty good. We're going to take a look at those sound caps probably off stream or at another time. But at this point, I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in rather, and catching the stream. I'm going to go eat. Thank you very much for the super chats, for the likes, subscribes, all that stuff. Thank you very much, Garth. Greatly appreciated. Eep! Thank you very much. But yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with this. We're going to make sure we can try and get the sound working. It might be as simple as plugging a sound port. I don't have a sound jack here. Sometimes the sound gets stuck in one way or another. But anyway, we'll try and get that working at another time. But thank you very much for tuning in. Greatly appreciate it. And, oh wait, I gotta shut down that machine, don't I? That's very fitting for the end of a stream. There we go. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you very much for tuning in, guys. Appreciate it. And I'll see you. Have a great weekend, great Memorial Day if you're off. And take care. Thanks. Bye.